never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We were obviously disappointed by that decision. We believe there's a great deal of common ground between the United States and Canada in terms of building two strong economies that work well together.
President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are set to speak in the coming days.
That's according to Canadian Trade Minister Dominique LeBlanc, who told CBS's Face the Nation that he's optimistic the two countries can reach a deal to reduce tariffs.
I think there is an option of striking a deal that will bring down some of these tariffs, provide greater certainty to investment.
LeBlanc's comments come after President Trump decided to raise tariffs to 35% on Canada following weeks of negotiations. The president cited the fentanyl crisis as a reason for the tariff hike, and Carney's efforts to recognize a Palestinian state also jeopardized talks. I'm Lisa Carton.
Senate Republicans are rejecting an attempt by Democrats to block President Trump from using the luxury jet that was given to the U.S. by the nation of Qatar.
The Senate Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted down party lines against the amendment to the annual defense spending bill. The amendment would block funds used for the transfer of a presidential transport aircraft that has been under foreign registry to a non-governmental entity. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy argued that it could cost up to $1 billion to retrofit a plane that will likely only be in service for a short period of time. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony to the House is being postponed.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer agreed to the delay until after the Supreme Court considers Maxwell's petition to overturn her conviction for sex trafficking. The House has previously denied her request to give her immunity or send her the questions in advance. Last week, Maxwell had a 2-day interview with the Justice Department. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Tesla is being ordered to pay $329 million in damages related to a fatal autopilot crash.
A jury in Miami found that the company should be held partly liable for the 2019 crash and should compensate the family of the person who died. Dana Griffin has details.
Tesla says it plans to appeal, writing, "The driver is solely at fault. The driver's foot was on the accelerator, which overrode autopilot as he rummaged for his dropped phone without his eyes on the road." Misty Maris is an NBC News legal analyst.
For the first time, even though the driver of the car admitted that he was distracted causing this fatal accident, Tesla was still held responsible for safety failures.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
Authorities are investigating after racist graffiti was discovered at the construction site of Nashville's new Nissan Stadium.
The graffiti, described as a racist comment on a wooden plank, was quickly removed by the construction company. The Tennessee Builders Alliance condemned the act, calling it a clear violation of the project's values. Officials say they've narrowed the time frame and are working to identify the person responsible. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Over 100 JCPenney stores are being sold to a private equity firm for more than $900 million.
The deal with Onyx consists of 119 stores, including more than 20 in Texas, and comes 5 years after the once popular department store declared bankruptcy. Onyx will pay $947 million, and the deal is scheduled to close in September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, you know, they all say time flies when you're having fun. I don't know about the fun part, but here we are as we close out the weekend. Get set to do it all over again. Back to the old grind as we roll into a Monday. Kind of kicking off the first full week of August here. Yeah, actually closing out the first weekend of August. We will turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, rolling into the fourth day of August. Trust you had a good weekend, so welcome back. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. I will say mostly clear outside the secret bunker at this hour in southwest Ohio. Looking at 68 degrees at the airport. So not a bad weekend, all said and done. Had some gorgeous weather. Great opportunity to get out and enjoy some outdoor activities. The golf courses were packed and stacked. I can vouch for that over the weekend. No, I wasn't playing golf. We were... no, that wasn't me. We happened to have the celebration of life for our good friend Polly, and it happened to be at the reception center at the golf course here in town. One of the many golf courses, so... Yeah, and I got the haircut. Hey, finally broke down. Took care of that. Lost a few pounds, I guess. It's a lot of hair he took off. So again, welcome aboard. What are we looking at as far as our traveler's weather as we get the brand new week underway? You will be slowing things down a little bit. Western portions of Oklahoma, we had some stronger thunderstorms there, not producing severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour. They've weakened a bit, but we have seen some heavy rainfall. Just to the east of the Texas Panhandle region, again, they're in western portions of Oklahoma. A few areas of spotty showers and thunderstorms. You could run into some scattered showers in parts of the southeastern USA. Most of the Great Lakes and Ohio valleys pretty much clear here. Spotty showers in the Pacific Northwest. Let's start by taking a look at the northeastern tier of the country. Following temperatures and humidity levels more typical of, say, late September or early October. Wrapping up the weekend here into early Monday. The fate of the northeast weather for much of the week ahead is going to depend on how a wedge of dry air can fend off the gathering moisture in the southern states. There's no question a large bubble of high pressure will continue to keep the northeast cool and dry into a Monday compared to how humid and stormy it's been most of the summer. Overnight lows bottoming out in the 40s over the mountains, a few traditional spots dipping into the 30s into Monday morning here. Daytime highs generally in the 70s over the mountains in many of the interior valley cities, major metro areas, and beach community. Lows will be in the 60s tonight. High temperatures in the 80s to start the new week. It's going to feel very cool in the shade or when you step out of the pool or the surf along some of the beaches there. The only oddity from the perception of how the air mass feels versus looks will be the appearance of the sky. Typically, during the Canadian air outbreaks such as this, the sky would be a deep blue. But as we've pointed out before the official start of summer, the deep blue sky is going to be hard to come by with the continuing wildfires raging in central Canada and all that smoke drifting across the Midwest and the Northeast. The smoke in the Northeast can be pretty thick at times, reduced air quality, but it will be responsible for the hazy, more like a heat wave appearance, regardless of how cool it is outside. When that flow from Canada is turned off and a southerly flow dominates, the typical haze associated with the higher humidity levels takes over as moisture filters in from the Gulf and the Atlantic. So not really going to see a lot of blue skies, generally speaking. Smoke in the Midwest will be lower flying, actually posing some problems at times with people with respiratory issues. The nice round shape of the high pressure area from the weekend will be changing in the upcoming week as the high becomes more elongated and convoluted. We'll see some pockets of dry air still in place, but pockets of moisture from the southern states in the Atlantic may make some substantial northward progress. Dry, sunny conditions most likely to persist for much of the week over New England and upstate New York. Now a bit further south for the mid-Atlantic, where that wedge of dry air versus the moist wedge sets up this week. It's going to be critical as to how soon the higher humidity levels return, as well as the clouds and some of those downpours. Data suggests the dry air, rain-free conditions may persist in either the Appalachians or the mid-Atlantic coast. Probably not both, though. It's possible that the forecast of downpours or not further south may change over time as this whole pattern kind of evolves in the days ahead. But as the air in place grows more stale, humidity levels will be slowly creeping back up. Probably not to midsummer-like levels, or at least what we've seen much of the summer, but AccuWeather forecasters are going to be tracking an area of low pressure off the Atlantic coast here for the first week of August. This storm could gradually take on some tropical characteristics over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, but all signs indicate this is going to stay offshore, and I can see the signature curl out there. Pretty much due east of the Carolinas, but well out to sea and continuing to progress off to the northeast. Meanwhile, portions of the plains will be at a renewed risk for severe weather early this week. More potential flash flooding, hail, damaging winds in any thunderstorm that turns severe. We are watching a building heat dome that may challenge some daily record highs, increasing the fire risk across portions of the western USA, and moisture surging from the Gulf, kind of setting the stage for the severe thunderstorm risk across the plains and portions of the Rockies early this week. Now, as we look, thunderstorms crossing roadways that could be impacting travel on Interstates 35, 70, 80, 90. Here for Monday and Monday night, looks like the severe risk focuses across eastern Idaho into western portions of the Dakotas. Any thunderstorms will be capable of producing hail, flooding, downpours, localized damaging winds. The focus begins to shift eastward on Tuesday, stretching from northern Nebraska through North Dakota. Increasing concern that storms could congeal into a line of thunderstorms, raising the risk for more widespread severe weather. Regardless, the main hazards will be hail, flooding, downpours, and localized damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Now, some of that area being focused on in the Dakotas, of course. Hail is not a good thing when you're out on a bike, a two-wheeler. As I-90 is bracing for an explosive week, they're forecasting 700,000 bikers roaring into town for the 85th annual Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. This year's milestone event expected to break attendance records and bring the thunder to South Dakota's Black Hills. Of course, the rally kicked off on Friday and continues through next Sunday, August 10. Of course, the action is underway. The small town in Meade County ultimately transforms into the fourth largest city in South Dakota during the rally. What started in 1938 with just 9 stunt riders and a few horses has become the biggest motorcycle rally in the world. Attendance has climbed steadily over the decades. They were in about the 3,000 range back in 1940, 747,000 and some change in 2015. In the past 5 years, the rallies averaged about 500,000 people annually. Last year's turnout dropped a bit from 2022, but this year's 85th anniversary may even match or possibly surpass the 75th rally's record. The city of Sturgis rakes in major profits. $784 million generated in 2022, according to officials. The speed limit near some of the rally hotspots like Buffalo Chip and Full Throttle is just 35 miles per hour. And, of course, traffic slows it down even more. Yeah, low speed handling is a key, they tell us. Many riders also take the opportunity to explore the Black Hills landmarks like Mount Rushmore, the Crazy Horse Memorial, bringing together bikers from all over the world to celebrate freedom, horsepower, and the open road. Friday, ZZ Top kicked things off, followed by Gene Simmons on Saturday night. Other acts coming up this week. Five Finger Death Punch, Marilyn Manson, some of the heavy metal stuff. Jason Aldean on the countryside, Nickelback, Buck Cherry, Stone Temple Pilots. Concerts are included, they say, with camping admission typically begin about 8 or 10 p.m. on a nightly basis. Buffalo Pass, Chip Pass sales are up, they say, a staggering 67% over last year, showing the massive anticipation for this year's rally. The Bikini Beach pre-party ran from July 28th through the 31st. Beyond concerts, of course, you can expect stunt shows, drag racing, charity rides, a sea of biker gear from nearly 900 vendors there. After 85 years, Sturgis remains the ultimate destination ride. And this year, they say, it's bigger and louder than ever. But yeah, they're going to have to be on the lookout for some of those stronger storms coming in, which can wreak havoc, as we know, especially for some of the vendors with the tents and the canopies and things of that nature with strong winds. All right, be aware, be weather aware for the bikers rolling in and out of Sturgis. 844-844-3388 as we get a new week underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Get some of our friends checking in via Facebook and YouTube as we get the new week started. Of course, we've got to make it official with Cap and Ron.
Welcome to the greatest day of the week.
Here we go again.
Man, that's a lot of motorcycles. First one for the month. How about that?
Yeah, 700,000. That's incredible.
That's crazy. You know, I always look forward to listening to Spaceman's Sturgis antics and stories, but I don't guess we've heard from him in months and months.
It's been months, yeah.
I kind of wonder if he's out there.
I'm curious myself. You know,
That's where Doc Holliday should have went to that. He got that new. Wasn't it a Harley that he bought?
Yeah, he traded.
He should have went out there to that.
He traded in for the Harley. Yes, indeed. Now, hey, Pappy's got a Harley too.
Yeah, what's up with that? They need to get with the program. That's a lot of people, though. I've seen them do that hill. They have a hill climb that they do during Sturgis. They have them hill climbing motorcycles. That's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen that on TV. So I finally got to meet Beach Bum. Me and my better half went to Chili's, and him and his better half met us there and had a good time. So that was good. We did that Saturday. I didn't do anything else hardly. It's just too darn hot.
Just a lazy weekend, huh?
It's crazy. Yeah, well, I like those the best anyway. They go by slower, you know. Most people say, "Man, where'd the weekend goes?" Because they're busy. I don't even remember what I did most of it.
Okay.
You know, I like them boring. Did you watch the Speedway Classic?
Well, we were at the
ball game.
At the end of the evening, we had the TV on. We were at the Celebration of Life thing that went on into the evening hours there at Kurt and Diane's house. But of course, it rained, and then of course I get up this morning and see they only got a half an inning in. So 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm trying if I couldn't get it on my television. It was on Fobu or Fubu
It
TV
was
or
on,
something.
Oh, okay.
Either way, I couldn't
It
find
was on Fox for us, I believe.
Was it? Okay. Well, when I pulled up where to watch, it said Fobu TV or something, whatever that is.
But it wasn't listed. You had to go through these paid programming shows, and they had a Cindy Crawford, I don't know what it was, listed, but they showed the game over all that stuff, but they didn't change, like, the guide.
Okay.
So I just kind of guessed. But it was a good game, I thought.
So I guess there's a little...
There wasn't as many people I think they were trying to get, because
thousands and thousands went home.
There was probably more people there during the rain.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the case.
But,
I don't know. I mean, there's a little controversy.
Kind of like a NASCAR race, you know.
I know some were saying that some of the players. I mean, saw some the Reds being interviewed. They said, I mean, looking at the radar, they said as long as we waited, they said the rains were going to be moving out about an hour later. They felt like they should have just waited. And I don't know, on the Red side, they said you had the starting pitcher that ended up then having to be burned because he played a half an inning the night before. So they had pretty much like a
half an inning.
A bullpen game. I guess they used 7 or 8 different bullpen pitchers for the game yesterday ultimately.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them. It was good, though. I don't watch baseball but once in a blue moon, but I watched it just because of its historical, like first time in trying to get that historic attendance. But I guess they could do it again anytime probably, but like you say, that's I think they've got lights there at Bristol, don't they? Don't they race under the lights in Bristol?
Absolutely.
They could have had the game.
Yeah. I mean, when they did get that first half of an inning in, that was under the lights Saturday night. So
I wonder if that would count for the attendance, though, for the game. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what all of it was about, was trying to get the highest attendance.
For a regular season game. That is correct.
And it looked like there was... Right. But anyway, well, I don't have much else. I don't know of anything else going on, but except for a shout-out to the Knuckle Buster, and if I think of anything, I'll maybe try to call back. Appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, it is, of course, no doubt, undoubtedly, the greatest day of the week. Thank you much. There, Captain Ron gets thing underway. All right, for 2 decades, Tell has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com. So we'll get a news break here. Joe, got you coming up. Speaking of the Knucklebuster, Semper Fi, there he is. And on we roll into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A restraining order blocking immigration raids in Southern California has been upheld.
On Friday night, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling to uphold a lower court's temporary order blocking the Trump administration from conducting immigration enforcement in Southern California. The ruling affirms the order issued last month that granted the restraining order requested by immigrant advocates.
Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for regime change in Russia.
Zelensky made the comment Thursday, just hours after a Russian missile and drone attack that killed 31 people in Kyiv. Speaking virtually to a conference marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Accords, Zelensky said,
"If the world doesn't aim to change the regime in Russia, that means even after the war ends, Moscow will still try to destabilize neighboring countries."
I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Let's head up to Michigan. Say hello to Joe. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. How you doing, Steve?
Doing all right. You know, we love Mondays. Right.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm always looking forward because Monday, I finally get to go back to work. I really enjoy my job. I'm an announcer, so I always enjoy going to work.
Well, that's why we
How
call
about
it the greatest day of the week there.
Yeah. Yeah, so me and my family went down to Tennessee, and, we had a really good time a couple weeks ago. We just got back, and, the traffic down there is just so crazy, or should I say, I guess the whole country is crazy, because we saw people speeding. We saw someone go like 100 miles an hour. We saw a car chase. We saw someone get pulled over by the cops. I mean, it's ridiculous, and I really have a lot of appreciation for all the truck drivers out there who drive in that craziness. So thank you all listening who take part in all that stuff, and God bless you all, and be safe.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Good to hear from you. I'll presume went down to, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, which, yes, this time of year, the traffic is just insane. Well, hello to Philly Dan. Here it is. It's that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Marianne in the house. Good morning to the overnight family. There's Jeffrey in southern Florida. Hello to the Hotshot family. Tank, good morning, Steve. Back at it again. The weekend gone just like that. 74 degrees in Arlington, Tennessee. We're heading into Memphis, where they're going to get us set. We'll head out west once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Dre, good morning, Steve, and hope you had a great weekend. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show on for everyone that enjoys the ride through the night. Be safe, everyone. Remember, tomorrow isn't promised to anyone. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, there's Brett checking in the great state of Arizona. Hello. Well, it's August. It's hot at the home 101 degrees at this hour. Bullhead City, Arizona. So you're, a little after, 9 o'clock there, I believe. You're the West Coast time. Of course, I always forget, because they don't do the time change thing there. But it's a hot night. Let's just leave it at that. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, greatest day of the week. Yeah, we are. For the first time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Throw in the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up, 844-844-3388. There's the hotline to the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. 69 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. With that magic number, I'll just stop right there. All right, there is the two-time world champion Bull Holler in the house. Got him coming up here. Who else we got? Buckeye Boy checks in. Tapeworm, lovely, cool night in Maysville, Kentucky. Got a delivery in Louisville tomorrow morning. Drivers out there, have a great night. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 65 degrees with smoke in the air tonight. Yeah, the wildfire smoke, there's a lot of that, covering large swaths of the Midwest. We got a full update on that here just ahead. Rubber Duck, home sweet home for me. The AC's off, the windows open for a pleasant change versus what we had a week ago. That is for sure. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Rubber Duck, rest in peace. Lonnie Anderson and the Salt Flat driver who lost his life today. I did not catch that. I know that Hot Shot Secret is out there with a couple of sponsored drivers. And there's a bunch of them out there trying to set some land speed records. I'll have to pull the rest of that story up there. Wow. I did see a video over the weekend as they were just kind of getting kicked off there. They had these incredible winds that came blasting through the salt flats, and what they called the pit area, which was essentially just a big long series of tents like canopies, so they can work in some shade for what it's worth. But those winds were wreaking havoc on that. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 69 degrees, Carthage, Missouri. Had a great weekend with the hot blonde wife celebrating 27 years of an epic marriage. Well, congratulations. A happy anniversary there. Both Lauren and the hot blonde wife. She loves flea markets, so we hit up a bunch, got some solid deals, ate some fat steaks, and checked out some Texas League baseball at Hammond's Field, Springfield, Missouri. All right, in a few short hours, it's time to fire up the powerful chrome-plated cow truck and get back to doing what I do best. That's some good old-fashioned high-speed trailer trucking. Special one-night-only shout-out to the greatest sponsor in the world, Hot Shot Secret, from the Maple Leaf City. All right, roll call, truckers. Hello to the Iron Duck. Check it in from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 68 degrees at this hour. There's Norman, north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita with 67 degrees. We might get a bit of rain, but everybody have a good night out there. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 67 degrees. You see the 60s is a pretty common number through much of the country tonight. Pretty comfortable, at least in the central tier of the country. It's still hot in the south, and the heat really building in the southwest. All right, got back Saturday about 7:30 in the evening. Had a cookout this past day with family and friends. Got some burgers, dogs, chicken legs, Vandalia onions with garlic and butter. Wildcat sliced up some tomatoes and topped them with a chunk of fresh mozzarella cheese, drizzled with olive oil. You're trying to make us hungry, aren't you? The guests brought pasta salad, buffalo cheese dip, yummy, yummy. Since I left on July 15, we had picked up 4.1 inches of rain, counting the 1.4 inches we got Saturday night into Sunday morning. Luckily, I did not have to grill in the rain, but got to get up to deliver early or pick up, then run a couple of errands. So I'll be headed off for some shut-eye in short order. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. There's Double Trucker, 63 degrees in Lodi. Looking forward to a better week than last. Hoping to win the lottery this week and maybe quitting work. Otherwise, I'll just keep on trucking. Waiting on the meat driver here. I'll be taking a nap. Tuning in later on the way back to Western New York, via the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, several folks saying happy anniversary there to the world champion bull hauler. Roy, they're in Northwest Illinois. Not sure if you mentioned it, but major accident near West Branch, Iowa on I-80. Not sure the current status. So I did a quick check. Now, this was like from the statewide Iowa 511 about 2 hours ago, which states I-80 east and westbound blocked due to a crash from County Road F44 to exit 254 County Road X30, which is near West Branch. So whatever segment of I-80 that is. So as of 2 hours ago, still shut down there. That's all the details I was able to come across. So thanks for the heads up there. Let's see. Who won the baseball game at Bristol? Well, and ultimately, they got the game started there, like just over a half an inning. Reds did put one run on the board. When the game resumed at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, the Reds could only muster one additional run on the day. Braves win 4-2. Ultimately, they're in the Speedway Classic. Brett said the largest single game attendance in Major League Baseball was a preseason game between the Boston Red Sox and the LA Dodgers at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum back in March of 2008. 115,300 fans attended that. Yeah, that was a preseason. So I think the largest regular season game was somewhere 84,000 and some change. That was the record they were looking to break there in Bristol over the weekend. I know the pre-sale was in excess of 85,000 tickets. So, all right. Hello to Glenn. Good morning, Steve. Call me 85 here in Central Florida tonight. Wow, 85? Now that's perfect fuel to get the hurricane season ramped up. All right. Then John asking any word on that wreck in Iowa on 80 that's got the road shut down. That's just shared what we had on that, and that's if I get any more details or maybe someone out there in the mix can give us some additional updates. Lonnie Anderson, we just continue to add to the list of some of the 80s television icons. Obviously best known for her role on WKRP in Cincinnati. Of course, her tempestuous marriage to Burt Reynolds, passing away at 79 this past day. Apparently, she was just days away from her 80th birthday. No cause of death, but her publicist tells the AP she passed away in a Los Angeles hospital after what was described as a prolonged illness. Heartbroken to announce the passing of our dear wife, mother, and grandmother, according to the Anderson family in a statement. While it only ran 4 seasons between 1978 and 82, WKRP in Cincinnati involved the struggling radio station trying to reinvent itself via a rock format, which brought Lonnie Anderson both fame and critical plaudits as the receptionist. Jennifer Marlowe, that character broke the mold for playing against the stereotypical blonde bombshell looks, instead serving as the station's resident cynic and most intelligent member of the crew. The Hollywood Reporter noted this was at Anderson's urging. She liked the concept of WKRP, but thought the original role as kind of the dimwit sex siren was trite, so she refused. I went in, sat on my little soapbox, and said, I don't want to play this part because she's just here to deliver messages, and she's window dressing. Then Hugh Wilson, the series creator, said, well, how would you do it? He said, well, let's make her look like Lana Turner and be the smartest person in the room. As the Hollywood Reporter noted, that's what happened. Jennifer refusing to take dictation, type letters, or make coffee, as the opposite of the dumb blonde stereotype that kind of blanketed television in that era. Anderson started on all but one of the show's 90 episodes during its 4-season run through April of 1982. Of course, she also starred in the title character in the Jane Mansfield story, the biopic, which a then relatively unknown Arnold Schwarzenegger played her husband in that role, 1980. Born 1945, St. Paul, Minnesota, to a chemist father and model mother. Runner-up in the 1964 Miss Minnesota pageant while studying at the University of Minnesota. She eloped with another student, but despite having one child, that marriage quickly ended, found steady work in Hollywood before WKRP, and it was on the set of the Merv Griffin Show in 1981 that she met Burt Reynolds. The two began dating a year later. Married in 1988, she was 41, he was 52 at the time. All right, so, yeah, sad there. Lonnie Anderson, 79, just adding to those list of icons we've said farewell to in recent weeks. What a run it's been. All right, quick time out. What's on your mind? 844-844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hard to believe how quickly those days pass us by. Another weekend in the books. And Uncle Buster up and at 'em. I guess we're back to rolling again.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Tennessee was like that. She was a very smart woman there. She had a degree in computer information systems. She was able to write the programs that you and I play with on a computer. So if you told a dumb blonde joke around her, she would tell you, if you're going to be a smart ass, first you got to be smart. Other than that, you're just an ass, right?
Right.
So, but anyway, she was a freaking doll when she was scantily clad, though, Steve. That's all I can tell you about the woman there, right? I think she was a little bit, she wasn't too smart about marrying Burt Reynolds, so, enough of all that there. Which one of them, Brain Dead or, what's his better half?
Dingbat.
Which one of them's a Tennessee fan? Dingbat, yeah, that's right. It was on the tip of my tongue. I just couldn't get it off of there. I don't forgot who the sports writer was, but he anticipates this coming week as the Bulls are going to have important news for Tennessee. They're changing from Nike to what was the other one there? Oh, Adidas. Yeah, because they're going to be making uniform changes next year, so, and they'll be announcing that sometime this week, maybe next week. The Nike deal only runs through 2025. Do you know who Machine Gun Kelly is?
Well, I know the name. I don't know who he actually was. Not much about him, but...
Yeah, I don't either, but ESPN has announced that that's going to be their Machine Gun Kelly song as its 2025 football theme anthem there. So, I don't even know I don't even know who he is. I don't even know what song he got out there.
Nor do I.
Yep. Well, this is through the Longhorns wire there. Texas will have its first loss in 2025, according to CBS Sports, will be to Florida. Oh, wait a minute, Steve. Ohio State plays Texas first game. Does that mean y'all going to lose?
Uh-oh.
Yep, that's what I had to say there. What's this about Australia telling people to hand in them machetes, buddy? They're killing machines.
Okay.
Mass murderers.
Oh, boy.
Yep, you got to turn them in. Yeah, they're giving disposal sites ahead of the ban there, but I wonder how many people are just going to hide them there. I don't know there. Well, I saw this on the Bible and Bee, and we know you full of baloney on that site. Obama and Hillary both hired the same hitman to get rid of the other one. So I think that's hilarious.
That's Babylon B. There you go.
Yep. So, yeah, absolutely. Well, did you see about the WNBA basketball game that was interrupted by a bizarre object being thrown onto the court?
I saw the
It was a woman's sex toy, boy.
I saw the video of that. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, absolutely there. So anyway, I'm the first 2 dates this weekend, Steve, and I'm not good at it either. I done found that out. So I carried a woman out from church that carried her to breakfast. She threw a couple of red flags up to me, Steve, so I probably won't be asking her out no more. But the one I had for dinner Saturday night, she was pretty nice. We had a good conversation. Wasn't all about me in Tennessee, and wasn't about all of her exes either. So it worked out pretty good there. But I was informed by my lawyer, don't kiss a woman without asking her first. So I didn't ask either one of them. So and I didn't kiss either one of them either. So I guess I done all right there. And he also told me if you're gonna have sex with one of them, make sure you get a written consent form. And he said he'd print one out for me for $250. I said, I knew you'd find a way to make some money out of this stuff. Anyway, that's all my bull on it for right now. So we'll call in a little later on.
All right. And his legal advice was probably legit, right? Let me see. Australia? Are we serious? In the Australian state of Victoria, a ban on machetes will take effect starting September 1 of this year. This means it will be illegal to own, carry, use, buy, or sell machetes without a valid exemption or approval. Part of ongoing efforts to curb knife violence in the state following a recent incident involving a machete attack. So Surely, once they ban machetes, all good, upstanding citizens will turn them in, right? And then only the criminals will have machetes. Where does it end, people? Real quick, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use the promo code OVERNIGHT100. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in California has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting thousands of illegal aliens in the U.S. under the Temporary Protected Status Program.
The ruling affects more than 60,000 people from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua who are set to lose their protected status in the coming weeks. Now they have at least until November 18th when a hearing is scheduled on a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's move. The program offers temporary protections for immigrants from countries impacted by natural disasters and armed conflict, among other things. The Trump administration argued that the countries in question have recovered from the disasters that triggered the protected status in the first place. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeanine Pirro was confirmed as the next U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
On Saturday, the Senate voted 50-45 to confirm Pirro to the position. Pirro was previously serving on an acting basis since May after President Trump withdrew his first nominee, Ed Martin. She has previously served as both a judge and a district attorney in New York. I'm Jim Forbes.
Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from Florida to a federal prison in Texas.
Maxwell is serving 20 years for her role in recruiting and trafficking minors for sex. Tom Yamas with details.
It comes just a week after the Deputy Attorney General met with Maxwell and her lawyer, and as she is appealing to the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Families of Jeffrey Epstein's victims outraged, calling it preferential treatment.
The reason for the move has not been revealed. The White House says no leniency has been discussed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The high price of pharmaceuticals has the attention of the White House.
Spokesperson Carolyn Levitt says the U.S. pays 3 times the price for drugs compared to other countries, and President Trump is determined to tackle the problem. She says Trump is sending out letters to the CEOs of several drug companies, telling them it's an unacceptable burden on hardworking Americans. The letters will be asking for immediate relief and includes a 60-day deadline. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A rare brain disease linked to the flu is rising in children across the nation.
The life-threatening condition, called acute necrotizing encephalopathy, causes rapid brain swelling due to an immune response that goes out of control.
If you try to put an extra pound of fluid in your head, you're going to squash some brain to the point of killing it.
Dr. Don Buckland is a preventative medicine doctor. 41 cases have been reported over the last 2 flu seasons, mostly in 5-year-olds. 27% of those cases resulted in death within 3 days. Survivors may face long-term health issues, and there's no specific treatment for the disease. Only 6 of the affected children had been vaccinated. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's trash pickup is drawing more complaints from residents who say delays in service have been growing worse in recent months.
Pittsburgh officials blame part of the problem on their aging fleet of trash trucks, half of which spent time in the garage this past month. Thursday night, Mayor Ed Gainey's office released a statement which blamed delays on withheld vendor payments by the controller's office. It also acknowledged mechanical issues with some of the vehicles. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Washington State Department of Health has created a new website that makes it easier to find free naloxone.
Naloxone is able to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Last year in Washington, there were 3,100 overdose deaths with opioids involved in 79% of the cases. Naloxone can be used as an injection or nasal spray. There's a link to the Naloxone Finder on the Washington Department of Health's website. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. A new week. Kicking things off here as we work our way into a Monday, 4th day of August. How about that first full week of August underway? Yeah, we're talking about the continued effects, smoke from the Canadian wildfires hovering over several Midwestern states over the weekend. Yeah, bringing warnings of unhealthy air quality for 3-4 days in a row now. Air quality alerts were in effect for Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, eastern Nebraska, parts of Indiana, Illinois. Environmental officials in Canada said smoke from the forest fires causing reduced visibility and poor air quality would be persisting for some areas in the days ahead. What's been kind of unique in this go-round is we've had this prolonged stretch of smoke particulates dropping toward the surface level. So that's where we've really had the air quality in the red. Yeah, we've been kind of dealing with this day in and day out. In some cases, say when you walk outside, you can almost taste the smoke. You can smell it. All right, smoke could start dissipating, beginning to spread further south. Maybe as far south as Tennessee and Missouri, they say. So it's really for people that have asthma or lung conditions. It's just kind of become a part of our summers here the last few years. Now, concerns beginning to build as the peak of wildfire season in Canada has come and gone. We are just now actually beginning to encroach on what will be rolling into the peak wildfire season here in the lower 48. Let me give you some details there. Of course, the heat dome that had folks sweltering in triple-digit highs on a daily basis in the central and eastern states, that has broke down. A new heat dome is building in the western half of the nation. Not only going to bring some of the highest temperatures of the summer, but it's going to boost wildfire potential and dangerous erratic wildfire behavior in part of the region in the week ahead here. High pressure builds at most levels of the atmosphere over the interior southwest. When this happens, the sinking air not only tends to make it difficult to rain, but the atmosphere tends to heat up a bit more day after day as the ground dries out more and more. Temperatures will well exceed 100 degrees over much of the desert region here this first full week of August in a number of areas. Phoenix, Las Vegas, Palm Springs, California, actually topping 110 degrees for multiple days. A bit less extreme along the I-5 corridor compared to further inland this week. It may seem fitting for this time of year, but temperatures are going to be challenging daily records in multiple locations as this heat wave peaks from mid to late week. Temperatures are going to come within a few degrees of summer highs with this latest heat dome. A similar but more brief setup back in mid-June thus far has set the high temperature marks for the year. Now, the danger of wildfires with storms, still frequenting that zone from Montana and the Dakotas to northern Texas for much of the week ahead. Storms will be hard to come by west of the Rockies and south of Idaho. The dry and the heat have worsening drought conditions in the southwestern U.S. This alone has set the stage for some large fires in the region. Last Thursday, Utah's governor issued a state of emergency in response to escalating wildfires across that state. Now, the situation's about to get much worse, given the heat buildup. And another factor this week, a slow-moving storm at the level in the atmosphere where airlines, crews, will be crawling across the northwestern states. That's going to lead to gusty winds, low relative humidity, which obviously will boost the risk of multiple fast-moving wildfires from the Great Basin to parts of the Northwest through at least the first half of this week. As of early August here, there have been 40,945 wildfires in the U.S. A pretty big increase compared to the same time of last year when it was nearly half that number. A fire that erupted in Arizona's Grand Canyon North Rim about the 4th of July continues to burn. That fire has consumed well over 110,000 acres. Crews continue to struggle with containment of that blaze over the past weekend. Given the upcoming weather pattern in the days ahead, concern is the number of fires and acres will likely increase substantially over the interior western portions of the USA. All right, we're rolling into a Monday and see what's going on with, there's old Horse Feathers. How was your weekend, first of all?
Not too bad, I guess, Your Honor. I don't know, just kind of a typical midsummer weekend there. Had a couple things that had to be done around the house, so a couple things I was hoping to be able to do, wasn't able to, but as I say, maybe they'll be next year. But anyways, there, I heard you touch on Lonnie Anderson there, and so she must have married Burt Reynolds after Sally Field there was with him, because Sally Field and him were a thing that were together when they did Smokey and the Bandit. They were a couple on that when they did that show. So, but anyways, there. So one other one I heard, and I heard that she'd been in ill health, and she was 85 years old, was Jeannie Seeley, the country music star there.
Mm-hmm.
So she passed here at some point too, so I'm not sure exactly when, but must have been very recently, because I was listening to the replay of the Saturday Night Grand Ole Opry there when they were making their tributes to her there. So anyways, so there's another one to keep adding to your list for the 2025.
Wow.
But I guess we'll see where that list ends up there, because we'll have to have the big recap there at the end of the year. But anyways, do you think it's possible that Hot Shot Secret can send, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 gallons of the Never Rust lubricant down there to Florida, that maybe Elon Musk can get on a Starlink rocket, or maybe they can get Artemis up off the ground here a little quicker? But I was seeing the moon here before it went down here about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It was looking pretty brown and rusty. You got any reports on the moon rusting at all, Your Honor?
That's all your wildfire smoke there, Horse Feathers. The beautiful sunsets and the colors of the moon. Yes, orange.
Yeah. It looked like it gotten rained on and
rusty,
put away and not dried off there. You're very rusty looking. So I don't know. I was thinking maybe if Hot Shot Secrets would send up some of that Never Rust lubricant there, get it polished back up and make it shiny again. But anyways, there. So it's got that taken care of. I don't know what else we got going. Did you see that? Southbound, I believe it was southbound 83 in York County, Pennsylvania, there just before you cross into the Maryland line at the Macy-Dixie line there. They had a hot dog eating contest. Did you catch that, Your Honor? The big hot dog eating contest on
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, somebody superimposed old Joey Chestnut out there cleaning things up, right?
Well, I tell you, that's about what they need for what happened out there. I don't know how many thousands of pounds of hot dogs got scattered across the highway, but I know they were all set up for one heck of a weenie roast out there. So closed both sides of the highway too. Both northbound and southbound lanes were closed with that tractor trailer accident that scattered them wieners all over the place there. So. But I don't know.
So what do you think? Did most of those dogs end up in the landfill, or were they frozen and in boxes? And you think they were able to salvage some and take them to food banks, or?
I would assume most all of it just got cleaned up with machines into dumpsters and probably went to landfill.
Sad.
Usually the way most of those cleanups go, they bring the roll-off container dumpsters out there and drop them on the side of the road and use skid loaders or rubber-tired loaders and shovels and just clean up everything they can that way. But I would assume they pretty much called that a total loss and just disposed of it. Kind of too bad that our country wastes as much as it does and doesn't try to salvage more, but it's kind of the way of the world. And you heard Scarecrow talking about that with the stuff they're talking about trying to have for the auction there from his parents' place and everything. You kind of think you've collected and held on to and it's got a little bit of value, and now at this point the people that are out there participating in buying things at auctions don't have any interest, so the value of anything at an auction is only worth what somebody is willing to pay. So what you think you have might not be as valuable as you thought, and there's some of those things that you might not think have any value whatsoever, that there's some people out there that think that's the best thing since sliced bread. So kind of got to be careful. Kind of have somebody that's kind of in touch with what's going on.
Wow.
Anyway, there. So, But other than that, I don't know. Things are kind of quiet. I wasn't anywhere around any of the news or anything. I did see one Facebook post. I don't know if it was true or not. Of course, it must be true because it was in the internet, right?
Sure.
I mean, I saw it on Facebook. It's got to absolutely be true. Is there any rumors that Bubba Wallace's race is being contested? Did he won there?
Now, see, I'm waiting to hear from Brain Dead to get. I've seen a bunch of stuff about Bubba, and I think a lot of it is internet fiction. I don't know what the true story is.
All right. And anything about Richard Childress there, keeping his mouth shut, and supposedly he was tried to be interviewed, and he said he wasn't speaking out nothing, and he was gonna, go through NASCAR, but figured that, if it would just go the way that NASCAR always treats him. So I don't know. We'll have to see, because NASCAR didn't really ever reverse any appeals that we've ever seen all the way back to Earnhardt's time there for RCR Racing. So we'll have to. I guess we'll have to see what Brain Dead has to say about all that. Maybe he can share the truth of the story.
Yeah, because there's, like I said, there's so many things that you'll find, and then you can't find any real NASCAR sources to verify, and I think most of it's a bunch of BS. So.
Yeah, well, as I say, everything on the internet's got to be true, though, right?
Oh yeah. And I saw one of the posts said Bubba Wallace fined like $350,000. I'm like, no, that's totally. There's never been a fine more than like $50,000. I mean, that's unprecedented in itself. So as soon as I saw that, I said that's got to be a fictitious story, Yeah,
the one question I had there were people commenting that he had way too much fuel at the end of the race and was able to do burnouts and everything. And really, I guess, whatever way the race ended, he shouldn't have had hardly any fuel left at all. And maybe he had to push the car to victory lane instead of drive it. And
right.
So doing all the burnouts and everything, I don't know. So as I say, that was the question I had about it. But, my following of the sport anymore is dwindled so far that I couldn't even tell you which sticker they put on which car for who's driving it anymore, Your Honor. Of course, all the cars are the same. They just changed the sticker on the front there, right? But anyways, all right.
And like you said, though, since you read it on Facebook, it's got to be true, right? No. So much, fictitious, and nowadays. Things AI generated videos and photos, totally fictitious. But to the human eye, it could convince you that it's real,
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, I do believe it was Iowa Speedway over the weekend here this past day. And according to the headline, William Byron comes out victorious. I did not catch any of the live action, but apparently it was one of those races where everybody was trying to get every last drop of fuel to the intake, trying to make it to the end of the race, kind of a fuel mileage race. Good morning to Eagle. Did you get to catch any of the action from Iowa this past day, Eagle?
Yeah. I watched parts of it while I was in the truck stop taking a break. It looked like a pretty action-packed race. Iowa, they don't go to Iowa that much. As far as I know, they don't run in Iowa. They had a lot of passing going on and moves. People was making moves. Looked like action-packed, pretty good action today. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I saw probably the end of it, the last 100 laps. Let me see who came out on top. I forgot. Let me see who won.
William Byron.
Trying to think who the winner was. Yeah, William Byron. Yeah, William Byron came out on top. Toyotas looked like they was going to win. Looked like they clearly had the best cars of the leaders, with Briscoe and some other Toyota and Ford, with Blaney and some other people. Toyota looked like they had a clear advantage today, but somehow Byron came out on top. But yeah, it seemed like a pretty good race today. At least they did some passing and kept you on, kept you around. It wasn't just bore fest. Now as for the baseball game, Cincinnati, what was it? Cincinnati, Atlanta won. Cincinnati having a bad season. Atlanta's having a bad season too, but it looked like Atlanta won that game. I was wondering how they was going to, get the stadium set up for the baseball. It looked like they did a pretty good job from what I've seen. They should have held more than one game, maybe had a 2 or 3 game series, like some people said last week. But maybe they'll come back next year and maybe try to do something, with the stadium. But I didn't, like I say, I forgot what the total amount of people that showed up for the game, but it was a lot of people from what I'm understanding. Even though they had the rain on Saturday, it looked like a pretty good showing of people. So it turned out to be a pretty good weekend. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about was the other deal with the what was that? The guy that, oh man, I forgot what that thing was. The guy that was looking for the what was it? The patrol up in Cincinnati. Oh yeah, up in Cincinnati. Oh yeah, I wanted to say this before I get to that. The first thing I was talking about was Lonnie Anderson. That she was one of the first women. I was just a kid. With KRP Cincinnati, but everybody was. She was a good-looking woman. When she was on that show, her Burt Reynolds and Lonnie Anderson. She was. But everybody was. She was. Fawcett and some other sex symbols, back in the when I was 9 years old, they seemed like they dropping. They lost a lot of people last week, and now it look like they got another one. Lonnie Anderson. So I hate to see her pass away. That's up there in Cincinnati. That was a great show, WKRP in Cincinnati. I used to watch that all the time, and it was. Good, real good show, and I hate to hear that she passed away. But yeah, Steve, getting back to that situation with that I was just talking about up in Cincinnati with the losers that attacked those people.
The brawl that took place out, the beat down as they refer it. All right, well, hold the thought there. We'll pick up there following our news break. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A restraining order blocking immigration raids in Southern California has been upheld.
On Friday night, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling to uphold a lower court's temporary order blocking the Trump administration from conducting immigration enforcement in Southern California. The ruling affirms the order issued last month that granted the restraining order requested by immigrant advocates.
Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for regime change in Russia.
Zelensky made the comment Thursday, just hours after a Russian missile and drone attack that killed 31 people in Kyiv. Speaking virtually to a conference marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Accords, Zelensky said,
"If the world doesn't aim to change the regime in Russia, that means even after the war ends, Moscow will still try to destabilize neighboring countries."
I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles.
after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
The numbers I was able to come across as far as the Speedway Classic there in Bristol. According to the numbers divvied out, paid attendance of 91,032. So that breaks the record for a regular season game, which was 84,857 on September 12th of 1954, when the Cleveland Guardians hosted the New York Yankees at Municipal Stadium. Of course, last week, they had announced more than 85,000 people had bought tickets for the Speedway Classic, but the paid attendance was more than 6,000 over that estimate. Obviously, the crowd Sunday was a lot smaller than what was there, even with the rain falling on Saturday evening. But the game became official after 5 innings were completed. Official attendance wasn't announced until late in the game. Braves obviously coming out 4-2. So there you go. Meanwhile, Eagle back on board. Okay, he was kind of shifting gears there. Moving back to the Cincinnati scenario that unfolded over a week ago now. But welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, I ain't got too much to say about it. I understand, they getting these people rounded up, that was in the video, that were doing the aggressors in this situation. A couple of women, I think, and a man. They getting these people rounded up and getting them in jail where they belong. You can't have that type of activity. You in Cincinnati staying in the news pretty good lately, Steve. Cincinnati, they had a lot of stuff going on, with what happened with that guy on the bridge about a week or so, the one the police beat the hell out of him on that bridge, the protester, and then this situation they just had. So yeah, Cincinnati staying in the news. So hopefully things are quiet down a little bit up in the next couple of weeks up there in Cincinnati. But yeah, that was one thing I wanted to get into, Steve, and that's concerning Kamala Harris getting to politics. I understand last week she finally crawled under the rock that she'd been hiding under since she lost the election, and she made a bad mistake as far as I'm concerned. You know, she said that she wasn't gonna try to get involved with the California governorship. See, that would have been the best spot for her, because she got a lot of people that think the way she think, a bunch of losers out there in California. You know, her and Gavin Newsom and that mayor of LA, that Bass piece of garbage. See, all of them are all the same Democratic thinking people, and Kamala would have fit in real good out there in California as governor. You know, as a replacement for Gavin Newsom. Both of them, I don't know which one is dumber, Gavin Newsom or her. But either way, she did everybody a favor, including in California. But the problem is that if she thinks that she's going to get in the White House in 28, that's what she's putting all her eggs in another bucket, thinking that 28 is going to be her year. But I got bad news for her. Nobody's going to vote for Kamala Harris. They didn't vote for her the first time. You know, she tried to use the excuse that she only had 7 months to get involved in the race after Biden was forced out. She wouldn't have won even if she would have had more time. She still would have lost, and she'll lose again. So she's just doing the Republicans a favor, whoever the Republican nominee is. She's just doing them a favor. She gets in. She's just doing this. She's just helping the Republican get right back in the White, because nobody's going to vote for her. We've already seen what she can do as the borders are for 4 years, and you've seen how that was a total disaster. She went to the border one or two times the whole time she was in the damn White House, and turned the whole border loose while anybody that wanted to come in came in, and she'll do the same damn thing in 28. So nobody's going to vote for you. You have to be a complete idiot to vote for Kamala Harris. So if they want to lose the election in 28, Democrats, go ahead and put her out there, and you guaranteed to lose. And you're doing the Republicans a big favor. So, and one other thing right quick about what Donald Trump, Steve, right quick before I hang up. Okay, now, I don't know if you heard the news over the weekend. They're keeping it pretty quiet, but I overheard it on Friday. They claim that Maxwell has been moved to a jail, and the reason why I know this is because the area where they moved her is close to where I used to live at when I was living in Texas. It's called Bryan, Texas. Not very far away from Houston and College Station area. They moved her to another location, a low security jail in Bryan, Texas area over the last couple of days. Mm-hmm. I don't know how she was transported, but she has been moved to a new facility. I don't know what that means. They're keeping it real quiet. Maybe on Monday we'll hear more about it when all the news comes back out in action. But just in case people didn't know, she is no longer in Florida. Mm-hmm. She has been moved to a new facility in Bryan, Texas, and maybe you can give some more information about that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a good Monday. Thanks for checking in here. Safe travels, as they say. 844-844-3388. I want to get back to this. Yeah, Knuckle Buster brought up the machete ban in Victoria. They're in Australia. Effective September 1. Possession of a machete in Victoria could lead up to 2 years in prison and a fine exceeding $47,000, according to the government. A machete amnesty period will run from September 1 to November 30th to allow for safe disposal of machetes. The ban is in response to increasing concerns about knife violence, particularly after a gang fight involved machetes in a Melbourne shopping mall. The ban applies to knives with a cutting blade longer than 20 centimeters, but not to knives particularly used in kitchens. Retailers caught selling machetes could face fines of over $200,000 and potential jail time. This is part of a broader effort to address knife violence in Australia, with other states also having restrictions when it comes to knife sales, particularly to minors. Okay, 20 centimeters? That's not that long of a blade, folks. It is 844-844-3388. I'm sure that's going to end all the knife violence, right? Vic, good morning. What's happening?
A whole lot of everything and nothing, I guess, the easiest way to say. But what Eagle was talking about was that beat down there in Cincinnati. I was kind of messing with this heat pump air conditioning tank, and I've never seen such a Rube Goldberg setup in my life. And I was kind of occupied with that, and I missed the email there. Pappy was wondering about the impeachment of Obama. I tried to send you some stuff, but I guess I could have used some computer help there. I couldn't get that whole article from Congress.gov that had that all set out, and they had the annotated version and everything. So I don't know if you were able to look that up, but the short story is basically Obama could be impeached even after he left office if he did something that wasn't an official duty. And interfering with another party's election was not an official cause. And that's why they worked so hard and tried to use that Steele dossier, because then they said they were investigating, they could use the excuse that they were investigating the report that Trump was a Russian agent. And that's what that was all about. And then I think General Flynn, he got the brunt of the post-election excuse by saying that he was, I forget what it was, that he was interfering with the Obama administration, which was kind of odd because Obama was still president, but it was really Obama getting ready to interfere with the Trump presidency. Because the reason they, as I recall, this is all just from memory, I believe that Obama expelled some Russian people and shut down some sort of what he said was a listening post or something there in, I don't know if it was Washington, D.C., but all I know is that they'd known about that Russian listening post for years through different administrations. And from time to time, it was used by our intelligence agencies to make sure that certain information would get through to the Russians. So it was kind of a deal that the diplomats that Obama expelled was, for some reason, I guess, to create some confusion, because what was even worse was General Flynn did not call that Russian diplomat. That Russian diplomat actually called General Flynn, and when they just had the transcript, and they never would give the recorded version of that. And then that's whenever they would set all that up with Jeff Sessions, and they told Jeff Sessions, well, have you had any contact with the Russians other than you're with your Senate duties? So he didn't report any of the things that he had contact with the Russians that related to his Senate duties. Then later they come back after Jeff Sessions was named Attorney General, and said, well, you lied because you did have Russian, contact with the Russians, and that led to special prosecutor, and then, all the story from there, because most of it was in the public and it was constantly repeated. So then that gave with that special prosecutor, then that in turn gave Obama cover for the administration, basically, to investigate Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, oddly enough, Newsmax this morning, Sunday morning, they had about 3 hours on that, and I thought how ironic. I don't imagine you watched it, but I have a lot of time, and I usually try to catch the Sunday morning shows and some of the weekend shows because on Newsmax, because they catch up a lot of stuff that I might have missed through the week. So I don't know, but I guess back to the original question. Did you happen to get the email where I said, to go to congress.gov and just type in Trump's second impeachment? And I don't know if that would bring that up. So in answer to Pappy's question is, if Obama covered himself well enough to where they can say, no, that was an official function, then he can't be impeached. But I believe they're getting close to finding out exactly how that went down. And Obama did do some illegal things, and so did some other people. And I don't know if that had any connection to that beat down at there in Cincinnati. But I think the people that are investigating all this stuff that goes back to that Obama activity and the Trump delusion, the Trump-Russian collusion thing, I believe they're getting pretty close to finding some dirt on Obama and some other cohorts. And the fallback position for Democrats is, let's try to create some sort of confusion, and they usually go to race and try to get something going and get that, get it. So I don't know if that's going to be their strategy now or not. But my personal feeling is that the second Trump administration is getting pretty close to really breaking everything out in the open. And I think, was it last week they come across the report? Was it the Durham report?
Yes, the
That
annex.
somehow was helpful. Right. So that's just kind of my feeling that they're getting awful close to the quick, as they say out in the outlands, and that someone is trying to make sure that doesn't happen. So, like I said, race riots, that's their fallback position to try to create some sort of confusion. So I don't know if that's going to happen all across the country or not. And the other thing is that Horace Feathers there, he said he didn't know what I was talking about, or something about the trackside signals. I don't know exactly how many of them are, but I had a friend in college and high school that worked for the Southern Railway, and he had an accident, got killed, and so whenever his son, when he graduated high school, Southern basically gave him a lifetime job, and he was the last depot agent that Southern Railway had, and it's been a couple 3 years, but that was used to be one of the things that a depot agent also had to watch for when trains went through, anything that they might see that wasn't malfunctioning. And several friends worked for the L&N, later became CSX, and they would talk about the big boards. You've probably seen them on TV, the big boards they had that showed all the different things that were going on. And I know when Horace Feathers talking about all those signals that went through the rail and all that. And another college, I keep saying college, another high school friend, he was a section boss on a part of the Southern Railway that covered Louisville and everything. And that was part of what he had to watch for whenever they repaired a section of railway and all that. And a lot of those signals, a lot of the electric signals, they were transported by rail, and they had to make sure all the connections were together and all that different stuff. And whenever they had human people watching everything, that they all had to kind of watch for any sort of a malfunction. Like, say, a conductor, they watch as their train was going around a bend or something of that nature, where they could see, or if they were going slow. And I don't know how many different sensors they all had all together, the different signals, trains, they have speed limits and everything else. And some of the lights are overhead, and, some were trackside. So, that there are a world of signals out there. It really amazes you how many signals there are out there that's going on, and how many people have the responsibility to look for them. And they were all tied back in to usually a central command center somewhere, and they'd have all these lights up on a big board. I don't know if they still use that system or not, but because back then they still had a lot of the vacuum tube technology. They didn't have that many transistors and everything, so that made a whole nother situation to it. So I don't know if that kind of explains it a little bit better or not, but I know that one of the things they did have to watch for was, hot brakes or brakes fading. And the engineers, I don't know how many gauges they had up in the engines, but they had a lot of gauges they had to watch too. It wasn't like the old steam days, whenever the oilers that was part of the duty of the oilers whenever they stopped or got on a siding. The one thing that I remember was that the one that we used to put up different train crews and everything, and that one thing that I remember there that one guy was talking about, he said, you want to, that was staying there at the motel, and we got to, actually we were talking about something totally different, and something come on TV about hobos or something, and he said to me, he said, you think it ain't fun to get out there about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and have to walk up and down that train track and not know whether or not you're going to get hit in the head by one of these hobos because they're, people trying to get
Sure.
your. He said, let me tell you, that'll make you pucker up pretty good. So that was kind of what I was talking about there. So that was really all I had tonight. But were you able to get that Congress.gov position up or not, or a program up or not there?
I got the email, but no, I got the link that you sent me about the San Bernardino train disaster, but not the Congress thing. I did not get that. No.
Oh, okay. Well, Congress.gov, they have the whole thing on the annotated version of impeachments, and the easiest explanation was they have all the impeachments there, but the Trump second impeachment, whenever they impeached him by trying to say he did a criminal act and it wasn't an official act on that January 6th thing. And that kind of goes through all that and explains it. That's why they worked so hard to try to call that an insurrection, which it really wasn't. And it wasn't an official duty that Trump did on that, whatever you want to call it, rally or whatever, and then they went to the Capitol. And they were trying to blame Trump for any criminal activity that had happened, and that was where the fog kind of came in, because Trump told them to go peacefully, and he didn't tell them to disrupt the process or anything else. We all know how much confusion there was on that, and then that's what they had on. One of the things they had on this morning, yesterday morning, on Newsmax, some of the people that got caught up in that J6 prosecution, and they never got their speedy trial. And one guy was talking, one woman, I think her husband wound up committing suicide or something. They lost their house and a whole bunch of stuff, and the cheapest lawyer they could find was $75,000, and they didn't have that. The husband said, well, I'm going to lose anyway, so I'll just take the public defender route. And then he was held.
And he ended up, being held for how long? A long, long time. All right, Vic, appreciate the assistance there. So actually the Congress.gov would give the clarification. the ins, the outs. And I think that's what some of the legal experts and what Pappy was referencing last week, stating that if criminal activities were taking place, you can't be doing criminal activities as an official duty, right? I guess it's uncharted territory, as they say. Never been in a situation like this. As we roll toward top of the hour, close out hour number 2 here, a Monday coming on. I noticed locally we did see a jump in prices at the pump over the weekend. I don't know if it was just a weekend thing, but we're looking at OPEC Plus that has agreed in principle to boost oil output by another 548,000 barrels per day coming up, which should put some downward pressure. But yeah, all the details coming your way in our next hour. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use the promo code overnight100.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code overnight100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We were obviously disappointed by that decision. We believe there's a great deal of common ground between the United States and Canada in terms of building 2 strong economies that work well together.
President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are set to speak in the coming days.
That's according to Canadian Trade Minister Dominique LeBlanc, who told CBS's Face the Nation that he's optimistic the 2 countries can reach a deal to reduce tariffs.
I think there is an option of striking a deal that will bring down some of these tariffs, provide greater certainty to investment.
LeBlanc's comments come after President Trump decided to raise tariffs to 35% on Canada following weeks of negotiations. The president cited the fentanyl crisis as a reason for the tariff hike, and Carney's efforts to recognize a Palestinian state also jeopardized talks. I'm Lisa Carton.
Senate Republicans are rejecting an attempt by Democrats to block President Trump from using the luxury jet that was given to the U.S. by the nation of Qatar.
The Senate Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted down party lines against the amendment to the annual defense spending bill. The amendment would block funds used for the transfer of a presidential transport aircraft that has been under foreign registry to a non-governmental entity. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy argued that it could cost up to $1 billion to retrofit a plane that will likely only be in service for a short period of time. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony to the House is being postponed.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer agreed to the delay until after the Supreme Court considers Maxwell's petition to overturn her conviction for sex trafficking. The House has previously denied her request to give her immunity or send her the questions in advance. Last week, Maxwell had a 2-day interview with the Justice Department. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Tesla is being ordered to pay $329 million in damages related to a fatal autopilot crash.
A jury in Miami found that the company should be held partly liable for the 2019 crash and should compensate the family of the person who died. Dana Griffin has details.
Tesla says it plans to appeal, writing, "The driver is solely at fault. The driver's foot was on the accelerator, which overrode autopilot as he rummaged for his dropped phone without his eyes on the road." Misty Maris is an NBC News legal analyst.
For the first time, even though the driver of the car admitted that he was distracted causing this fatal accident, Tesla was still held responsible for safety failures.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
Authorities are investigating after racist graffiti was discovered at the construction site of Nashville's new Nissan Stadium.
The graffiti, described as a racist comment on a wooden plank, was quickly removed by the construction company. The Tennessee Builders Alliance condemned the act, calling it a clear violation of the project's values. Officials say they've narrowed the time frame and are working to identify the person responsible. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Over 100 JCPenney stores are being sold to a private equity firm for more than $900 million.
The deal with Onyx consists of 119 stores, including more than 20 in Texas, and comes 5 years after the once popular department store declared bankruptcy. Onyx will pay $947 million, and the deal is scheduled to close in September. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So we got a new day coming our way. Welcome into a Monday. Yeah, we say that with such enthusiasm. The greatest day of the week. So the first weekend of August in the books, just like that. Hope you had a good weekend. You got a Monday. So OPEC Plus agreeing to boost oil output by 548,000 barrels a day in September. According to two sources this past day, as the group finishes kind of unwinding their biggest tranche of production cuts amid fears of further supply disruptions from Russia. Fresh U.S. demands for India to stop buying Russian oil as Washington tries to push Moscow for a peace deal with Ukraine. Fresh European Union sanctions have also pushed the Indian state refiners to suspend Russian oil purchases. Now, of course, we know OPEC Plus pumps about half the world's oil. They had been curtailing production in recent years, trying to support the market, reversing course this year to regain market share, and as President Trump demanded OPEC to pump more, they began output increases in April with a modest hike of 138,000 barrels a day, followed by a larger 411,000 per day in May, June, and July, for 548,000 in August. If they do agree to the 548,000 barrel per day September increase, they will have fully unwound their previous production cut of 2.2 million barrels per day, while allowing the United Arab Emirates to raise output by 300,000 barrels per day. Now, they still have in place a separate voluntary cut of about 1.65 million barrels per day from 8 members and 2 million barrels per day across all members, which is supposed to expire at the end of next year. So, should actually see some downward pressure on prices at the pump. There's always some excuse. I mean, we're into the month of August now. At some point, they always say, oh, we're beginning the process. If we're going to begin shifting to some of the winter blends and all that. I don't know if it seems too early for that, if you ask me. But again, I just noticed we had gone from like 279 last week. At one point, it was like up to 309 Friday, 329 on Saturday for the regular unleaded. Meanwhile, if you're an arachnophobe, look out. Tarantula mating season is almost here, as thousands of the male spiders will emerge from their burrows in search for a mate, or at least die trying. Yeah, now September actually through November is when you'll most likely see them, particularly if you live in the western or southwestern U.S. They generally wait for the first fall seasonal rain. They really respond to the late summer warmth and the increase in moisture. You'll likely see them throughout the evening or early dawn hours. If you're lucky enough, which I wouldn't want to be that lucky, you can sometimes see them in hordes crossing the roads. Now, a tarantula bite can be painful. They say the venom is not toxic to humans, according to the Wildlife Federation. He recommends leaving them alone if you see them. It's a wild animal. It doesn't want to be picked up, loved, or hugged. In general, they are very docile, but if you were to handle one, they could very well bite you if it faces a threat. A tarantula will put its weight on its hind legs and expose its fangs. If that does not deter the threat, the tarantula may shoot articulating hairs into the attacker. Although the barbed hairs would just irritate a human, it can actually kill small animals. In truth, they're gentle, ecologically valuable animals, mostly interested in escaping confrontations, especially with something they know could squish them. If you see one walking about, it's likely a male, as the females usually wait near their burrows for a mate. All right, I don't like tarantulas. I don't like spiders in general. But after the male has mated, he'll often scurry away, as sometimes the female could eat him. Females will guard the eggs and sperm in a cocoon for 6 to 9 weeks before the baby tarantulas hatch, usually 500 to 1,000 at a time. All right, Arizona, Florida, California, Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, Colorado. Now they see even Oregon and Washington. I don't like spiders. You see any tarantulas down there in your neck of the woods, Philip?
No, I haven't seen any tarantulas, but I tell you what, I'm sure not going to be with somebody if they're going to kill me, man, after I get done, man. What the heck is that, man?
Yep. Yeah, that's like it's like the praying mantis. Man. When the praying mantis mates, the female bites off the male's head.
Oh, boy, I'm getting away from that lady. I'll tell you what. Hey, Steve, I saw something yesterday you don't get to see too much. You remember that big old plane that got destroyed in Ukraine, that big old cargo plane? That Antonov 225
yes.
airplane?
Uh-huh.
The Russians took it off. Well, Antonov actually has more than that plane. They have smaller ones. They're just a tad smaller than that. And I saw one yesterday. We've seen it this is our second weekend seeing it. And I did some research on it, and they're bringing Black Hawk helicopters back from Iraq to an airport really close to where I live at. And I thought that was kind of interesting. These TOF 124s, they're smaller than that one that got destroyed. They put 5 Black Hawk helicopters on this one airplane at one time. They bring 5 of them at a time, and I'm not sure what they're doing with them, but they're bringing them over here close to me in Sanford. And I thought that was kind of cool to see that plane. It's a big plane. It's pretty big. It's not as big as our C-5A, but over here we have, or C-117, but it's a big plane. So I thought that was kind of cool to see that yesterday. And we had a little liftoff here around midnight. Did you see that, Steve? Another Starlinks are on their way.
I did not catch that. Did they ever get Crew 11 up over the weekend?
Oh, yeah, 11 went up. They actually got up there up to the space station. Everything went fine with that. Pretty much status quo. I just ran through some rain a while ago. We've had patchy rain over here. We've got a low that's going to be swinging down on us. It's going to be holding here for the next few days. They say we're going to get a little bit more rain.
Mm-hmm.
But you were talking about that heat bubble. That heat bubble, it played havoc on us down here. I mean, we were kind of glad to see that rain tonight. You know, they say tonight into tomorrow we're going to be getting a lot of rain. So we'll see how that plays out. Are y'all getting any up there?
No, the rain is all, that front pushed through late last week and had a beautiful weekend. All the rain, it was south of us. That's the rain they dealt with there in Bristol for the Speedway Classic Saturday night. We got beautiful weather here.
Yeah, sorry to hear about your loss on that deal. Was it Atlanta beat y'all?
Yeah, 4-2 final score there, sure enough.
Yeah. Well, it was neat seeing the car go around the baseball diamond there on the track. I will say this much, Steve. I went yesterday and had a haircut, and I asked the lady about the tipping deal on this big beautiful bill thing.
Okay.
The deal about
No
people
tax.
are not hating about the tipping deal on this big beautiful bill thing.
Okay.
The deal about
No
people
tax.
are not going to be
No tax.
are going to get their absolute. I asked her what the process was going to be, and she said they were still going to take their tips out, but they were going to kind of like I wouldn't say like a refund or anything like that, and they show their income on their taxes. Did you hear anything about that?
Now, that I have not. I have no idea how the process would work.
Yeah, she was explaining it to me. She said that you're going to, claim your taxes like you regularly do.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a separate form that will be on your tax deal, and that will interact with the amount of taxation that you have on your income. It's not like they're just going to give you everything you have on your tips. It's free will, like it was kind of thrown out there, so to speak. It's going to be a process that you have to go through. It isn't just like you get your tips for free. There's no taxes on them. But she said that they were going to be filling out this separate form that is going to work with the amount of taxation that they have on their income. And it's only going to be good for 2 years. Did you hear anything about that, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing that's good till the end of Trump's term, I believe, and then it can be extended, kind of like Trump getting the extension of his 2017 tax reduction, that Congress could renew it, depending on who comes in, whether they will or not renew it.
Yeah, that's the question, and. But I thought that would be interesting and helpful to a lot of folks because, we hear all this stuff on, the news all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The media tells us a lot of stuff, and it's like we don't know the processes behind it. You know what I mean? It isn't just like free money. It's like there's a process that you have to go through to obtain it, and make it work.
Okay.
And I'm really interested in seeing what happens further on with a lot of things with the Big Green Bill. And you were talking about the oil and OPEC. Steve, did you know that China has a dark fleet of tankers that work with Iran?
That topic came up last week, and I said the biggest problem with trying to enforce, and when it comes to like Russia, trying to ban their sales to China or to India, how do you enforce it? How do you know what tankers are actually where and when?
Well, there was a story done by CBS on the dark fleet. They were in the South China Sea, and there's an area down there that they go to, and the Iranians plug into their boats. They put them beside each other. They put coverings over all the identification markers on the boat.
Okay.
So if it has the name on the side of it, they cover it up. They cover all that up, and they turn the EPIRB off so you don't know where they're located, that kind of thing. But this one place, and I forget where it was located down there in the South China Sea, but this one area is like the place where everybody meets. And they said that one of those ships in one day could almost $1 billion worth of oil in one day, transferring it off onto another one. And sometimes it's multiple ones that pull in there, and they plug in, they transfer it from one to the other. I know that they're building islands down there. China has always been building islands in the South China Sea to do different things.
Mm-hmm.
But this is pretty amazing. I mean, we saw the Russians doing it in the Sea of Azov and all that. They're doing it with their oil out in the Black Sea, all that places. They just pull in beside each other, pump off, and go back for another. When they leave, they pull all the covers off of this name orientation, but they know who the ships are by their colors. They know the ship. I mean, you can do an ID on a ship by its color and what it looks like. You don't need to have the name on the side of it. That's the crazy thing about it. So, but I just thought I'd mention that today. And, buddy, you have a good day, and I appreciate y'all having me. Thank you.
All right, back at it here. Get a new week underway. Greatest day of the week. Thank you so much, Philip.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Several kind of discussing is the I-80 still shut down? Yeah, Roy said here a little bit ago, as of about 30 minutes ago, looks like it was still shut down. I-80 near West Branch, Iowa. He said he heard reports that there may have been a car going the wrong way that was in the hammer lane. Yikes. Not like that would have made a whole lot of difference, but yeah, most often when people get on the interstate going the wrong way, they think they're in the high-speed lane going the correct direction, but it's the wrong way. All right, the U.S. economy adding 73,000 jobs in July. According to the Department of Labor on Friday, that was far short, they say, of expectations. The economists had forecast we would add 104,000 workers to payrolls. Estimates ranging from 0 to 140,000 prior to the release of the official figures. But many Wall Street traders were saying they believed the consensus estimate was too high. Now, this is something Trump got kind of PO'd about on Friday, because they actually revised the numbers for May and June. And he pretty much says, how can you get it so wrong? And I see where he's coming from. So he ultimately kind of fired the head of the agency that produces the monthly job figures. In a post on his social media platform alleging that the figures were manipulated for political reasons, stating that Erica McIntyre, the director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who was appointed by Joe Biden, should be fired. stating, "I've directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. She'll be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified." He later posted, in my opinion, he says, "Today's job numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad." He focused his ire on the revisions that they made to their previous hiring data. Now, think about it. The job gains in May were revised downward from the original report in May was 125,000 jobs created. They revised that down to 19,000. That's not just a little bit off, that's way off. Then the numbers for June originally reported 147,000 jobs created. They revised that to just 14,000 jobs created. Now, the July numbers, which, of course, that was just released, 73,000 positions added. He says, no one can be that wrong. We need accurate jobs numbers. She will be replaced with someone more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this have to be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated. They're always, I don't care who's in charge, Republican, Democrat, it never matters. Jobs numbers are always revised, sometimes revised upwards, sometimes revised downwards, but you got to admit that's a pretty significant off. When you report 125 and then you revise it to just 19, 147 down to 17, it's just big time screw ups there. How do they even come up with these numbers? Yeah, private payrolls, they say, rose by 83,000. The service sector added 96,000 workers. Most of these jobs were in health care and social assistance, so-called government-adjacent sectors. These added 73,000 jobs in July. The tech-heavy information sector lost 2,000. Financial sector added 15,000. Professional and business service employment dropped by 15,000. It's a lot of number juggling, but all right, we're going to get our news break here. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A restraining order blocking immigration raids in Southern California has been upheld.
On Friday night, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling to uphold a lower court's temporary order blocking the Trump administration from conducting immigration enforcement in Southern California. The ruling affirms the order issued last month that granted the restraining order requested by immigrant advocates.
Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for regime change in Russia.
Zelensky made the comment Thursday, just hours after a Russian missile and drone attack that killed 31 people in Kyiv. Speaking virtually to a conference marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Accords, Zelensky said,
"If the world doesn't aim to change the regime in Russia, that means even after the war ends, Moscow will still try to destabilize neighboring countries."
I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Quickly under industry headlines, it appears the trucking industry is showing support for Derek Barr's nomination to lead the FMCSA. In recent days, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the American Trucking Association issuing statement about Barr's being a good choice to lead the agency. First, Todd Spencer with OIDA said, "We look forward to working with him to advance the priorities of small business truckers, including fighting freight fraud, rolling back unnecessary regulations, closing regulatory loopholes." Let me see. We encourage a swift confirmation by the full Senate so Mr. Barrs can further implement the DOT's recently announced pro-trucker package to improve the state of our roadways. Earlier last week, the Commerce Committee advancing his nomination by a party line vote of 15-13. Next, the full Senate is expected to vote on his confirmation. It is not clear when that vote will occur, but let me see. The Florida Highway Patrol, the CVSA, the Florida Department of Transportation, all places he has worked over the past 20 years, According to the ATA, he said Bars has built his career in law enforcement and the commercial motor vehicle industry around one singular goal, and that's to make our roads safer for all motorists. We appreciate the members of the Senate Commerce Committee recognizing his commitment by voting to approve his nomination as FMCSA administrator. But this is a vital role, a vitally important role for the 8.5 million workers who work in trucking-related jobs. All right, of course, last Thursday, the president urged the Senate to remain in session in order to confirm this incredible backlog of nominees before taking their August recess, stating the Senate must stay in session, taking no recess until the entire executive calendar is clear. We have to save this country from the lunatic left. Republicans, for the health and safety of the USA, do your job. Confirm the nominees. They should not be forced to wait. Now, to that, there was no deal. What was he? He said something to, here it is. I knew I had it over here. He tells Chuck Schumer, he being the president, to go to hell. The Senate left Washington on Saturday night. They've indeed departed for their month-long August recess. No deal to advance those nominees, calling it quits after days of negotiations, and Trump posting on social media that the Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer can go to hell. Without a deal in hand, Republicans say they may try to change Senate rules when they return in September to speed up the pace of confirmations. Of course, as we just mentioned, Trump's been pressuring the senators to move quickly as Democrats continue to block more and more nominees than usual this year, denying any fast, unanimous consent votes, forcing roll calls on everyone, which is a lengthy process that can take several days per nominee. Schumer said a rules change would be a huge mistake, especially as Senate Republicans will need Democrat votes to pass spending bills and other legislation moving forward. Donald Trump tried to bully us, go around us, threaten us, call us names, but he got nothing, says Schumer. So the recess is underway. The Senate held a rare weekend session on Saturday as Republicans held votes on nominee after nominee as the two parties tried to work out some final details of a deal. But it was clear there would be no agreement when Trump attacked Schumer on social media Saturday evening, telling Republicans, just pack it up and go home. Tell Schumer, who is under tremendous political pressure from within his own party, the radical left lunatics, to go to hell. I said, do not accept the offer. Go home and explain to your constituents what bad people the Democrats are and what a great job the Republicans are doing and have done for the country. There was something about, forcing, was it an incredible amount of money, almost like an extortion offer that came from Schumer. Meanwhile, let me get to Pappy here on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Good morning.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, Philip was correct. Everything that I understand, like no taxes on time and a half. I think that's the goal, is I guess the employers would have a hard time trying to sort all that out. So that's my understanding when you throw your taxes out. all your time and a half or tips or anything like that is when we'll turn all it in and say, hey, here's how many hours I worked in overtime, right? Mm-hmm. So here's how much you owe me back. Uncharted territory, you said, Steve. I say we set the compass for north, due north, and go full steam ahead. Man your battle stations, because we're in for a fight for our lives. Steve, let me ask you, man. If the Democrats win in 2028, what do you think they're going to do to Trump and everybody else, like Bongino and the rest of the crew? What do you think they're going to probably do? You know, Trump still has that sentence hanging over his head in New York. Steve, why? Let's go down memory lane here. Why was that illegal raid conducted in Mar-a-Lago against Trump? And I'll say illegal because when you lie to obtain search warrants, it makes a raid illegal. Remember why they went and did that?
Well, they were looking for documents of some sort. I mean, it wasn't the fact that he had classified documents, supposedly. There were some particular documents they wanted to get their hands on, right, so they could take them out of possible circulation in the future?
Yes, sir. And what were the documents, Steve? Trump had the goods on him already. He knew this was an attempted coup on him. Everything they were doing was illegal. What do you think happened when the FBI and the CIA found out that Trump had some classified documents that could prove all this? Oh, crap.
We got to get him.
What are we going to do?
We got to get him.
Let's go get him. And now that he's in office, and we got a new CIA and FBI director, more classified documents just keep popping up. Steve, did Trump get a phone call? Does any of his attorneys or Trump get a phone call saying, "Hey, man, it's the FBI. We're gonna stop by there and have a little gander at the missus' underwear drawer"? Did he get any phone calls? Any heads up? I don't believe he did, Steve. I think they showed up with a bunch of cruisers and lights and sirens and people walking around with AR-15s in their hands. Now, when the FBI went to go take a look at Hillary's server, see, they called her and said, "Hey, Miss Clinton, what would be a good time for us to stop by there and take a gander at that unauthorized server you have there?" "Well, guys, why don't you make it next Monday? That'll give me 4 days to pound all these power drives into the ground."
Beach blit.
Well, what about the big guy, Steve? What happened there? Oh, let's see. Let me think. The White House attorney got a phone call. "Hey, we're going to be sliding by the big guy's garage. You might want to have him back that. Is that a vet or a Mustang? What is that he's got there? I can't remember. Have him back that out so we can get to him boxes, okay? We'll be over there next Tuesday, 3 p.m. sharp." There were no cruisers with lights and none of that. Unprecedented what they did to this man and what they're going to do to him once he gets out, if they get back in. Make no mistake about it, Steve. It's just like this jobs creating thing. So, Steve, you think that was incompetent? Come on, man. flat out lie. We can't have Trump's economy looking good. What are we going to do? Lie to him. Who cares? Just lie to him. Same thing with the Senate taking off. Anything they can do to put big boulders in the road to obstruct. Steve, the difference between Republicans and Democrats, Republicans are corrupt and crooked. The Democrats are not only corrupt and crooked, but Steve, they flat out hate America, and they want this country to fall. They don't like the Constitution. I don't care what they say and what they bark up, because they lie. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. The First Amendment, they want to do away with that. Look what they did to Alex Jones. Man. Second Amendment, boy, Steve, if they could kiss that goodbye, the 14th Amendment, search and seizure laws, requirements. They just want to knock on your door and come on in. Make no mistake about it, Steve. I'm telling you, man, these people hate America. That's all there is to it. Hey, I want to touch on all this nuclear talk over the weekend. Sure you heard about that.
Yeah, moving Medvedev, who was, I mean, you had Putin was president, Medvedev for a period of time. I don't know how he got to that position, but yeah, he is the former president. Now Putin's back in charge. Does anything Medvedev hold any sway over there anymore?
Steve, listen, man. You got a bunch of warmongers over there in Russia, just like we have here. You gotta be careful. This dude's running his mouth, made some threats, which what caused Trump to come out and bark some stuff out of his mouth. I'm going to put 2 submarines off your coast. Steve, it's like 2 drunks outside a bar running their mouths at each other, and sooner or later somebody's going to throw a punch. Steve, let me tell you something. I mean, we all know this. I mean, Trump saying, I'm going to put 2 subs. Steve, you realize Russia has probably 35, 40 nuclear subs, 15 to 20 miles off each coast of the United States. And we got the same over there. So, him saying that, you know, it's nothing Russia doesn't know. Thank God it sounds like this guy tamed down a little bit. Maybe Putin told him, hey, knock it off. Who knows? I don't know. But, Steve, this is how we talked about how accidents can happen. Then you got Trump talking about giving Ukraine some missiles, some long-range missiles. What? I just don't understand this, man. We're already in it, but we need to pull out. You know what? Let them duke it out. Let Ukraine and Russia duke it out. Whatever happens, happens, man. Remember when Putin had that, when Tucker interviewed Putin?
Yes.
I watched that whole thing, Steve. And Putin laid out the history going back hundreds of years. Ukraine at one point was part of Russia. This is their fight, man. I still say you can't tell me. Get somebody. Trump never did. Biden never did. Somebody come out and say how this is a existential threat to the United States. It's a vital interest. I don't see it. It ain't nothing but a massive money laundering machine over there. Corruption out the wazoo. Just ask the big guy. He'll tell you how much money him and his family made over there. I don't get it, Steve. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm telling you right now, if Monica Zelensky was removed, I think this war would be over in a couple of weeks. That's my personal opinion. All right. I ran my mouth long enough, my brother. Back to work tomorrow. I think there's a small chance of rain. Weather's going to heat back up a little bit. I'm starting to build a shed, an 8 by 12 shed in the backyard. Doing it all by hand, Steve.
Oh, boy.
I'm getting old for this, man. I'm out there digging holes last couple of days for the footers, but hold this thing down so the windstorm don't blow it over. All right, brother. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Appreciate it, Steve.
Hammer down. There you go. Thank you much, Pappy. Back into
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I see Brain Dead is on board. Got you coming up here just around the corner. First, Plowboy, I do believe Plowboy mentioned right after we had the massive 8.8 earthquake. Of course, they've sent out the tsunami warnings to Hawaii, the U.S. coast, all over the Pacific. He kind of alluded. Do you think that's going to set off something else? As far as, earthquakes tend to happen. A major quake in one part of the planet could impact faults in other parts of the planet. I think he mentioned a volcano as well. Now, right there in the same region is that quake, a volcano on Russia's far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula. Erupted overnight into Sunday for what scientists said is the first time in hundreds of years. Just days after that massive 8.8 magnitude earthquake. This is the first historically confirmed eruption of this particular volcano, they say in 600 years. Ahead of the Volcanic Eruption Response Team, speaking via the Russian state news agency. So you almost have to feel like, the big quake. Got some things moving, maybe fractured some of the areas in the volcano, and there she goes. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Unfortunately, you are not wrong. You're dead spot on it. And Well, hell, I think I just seen where they had another, you can't call it really an earthquake, but it's a hell of a damn aftershock. I think less than 12 hours ago they had another 7 point something. That's not aftershock, that's an earthquake.
Yeah, that's pretty big, yeah.
I meant the 8 point. that's not just a little shaky shake, but yeah, but according to what I was seeing, there was no tsunami warnings as far as our concerns go. But well, hell, they even went clear across the top of the damn thing. If you draw a line from Russia through northern here, what was that, 3.2 that they had the night before last up there in the Big Apple or Jersey land.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly, I can't predict that's where I think it might have been a part of what caused that, because it's kind of like something starts moving, they're all going to start moving, and unfortunately, we just don't know when the big ones are really going to do any damage. And like I was happy to see that they said as far as the ash goes, the ash is basically going to is not coming our way, or we're not going to know that. Hell, we can't see it for the damn smoke. And yeah, you were correct too. Boy, that sun gets orange and damn near red every night with that smoke in the sky.
Yeah, the moon was kind of a rusty orange last evening, but hold the thought there. Heads up, TEL will get you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in California has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting thousands of illegal aliens in the U.S. under the Temporary Protected Status Program.
The ruling affects more than 60,000 people from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua who are set to lose their protected status in the coming weeks. Now they have at least until November 18th when a hearing is scheduled on a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's move. The program offers temporary protections for immigrants from countries impacted by natural disasters and armed conflict, among other things. The Trump administration argued that the countries in question have recovered from the disasters that triggered the protected status in the first place. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeanine Pirro is confirmed as the next U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
On Saturday, the Senate voted 50 to 45 to confirm Pirro to the position. Pirro was previously serving on an acting basis since May after President Trump withdrew his first nominee, Ed Martin. She has previously served as both a judge and a district attorney in New York. I'm Jim Forbes.
Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from Florida to a federal prison in Texas.
Maxwell is serving 20 years for her role in recruiting and trafficking minors for sex. Tom Yamas with details.
It comes just a week after the Deputy Attorney General met with Maxwell and her lawyer, and as she is appealing to the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Families of Jeffrey Epstein's victims outraged, calling it preferential treatment.
The reason for the move has not been revealed. The White House says no leniency has been discussed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The high price of pharmaceuticals has the attention of the White House.
Spokesperson Carolyn Levitt says the U.S. pays 3 times the price for drugs compared to other countries, and President Trump is determined to tackle the problem. She says Trump is sending out letters to the CEOs of several drug companies, telling them it's an unacceptable burden on hardworking Americans. The letters will be asking for immediate relief and includes a 60-day deadline. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A rare brain disease linked to the flu is rising in children across the nation.
The life-threatening condition, called acute necrotizing encephalopathy, causes rapid brain swelling due to an immune response that goes out of control.
If you try to put an extra pound of fluid in your head, you're going to squash some brain to the point of killing it.
Dr. Don Buckland is a preventative medicine doctor. 41 cases have been reported over the last 2 flu seasons, mostly in 5-year-olds. 27% of those cases resulted in death within 3 days. Survivors may face long-term health issues, and there's no specific treatment for the disease. Only 6 of the affected children had been vaccinated. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's trash pickup is drawing more complaints from residents who say delays in service have been growing worse in recent months.
Pittsburgh officials blame part of the problem on their aging fleet of trash trucks, half of which spent time in the garage this past month. Thursday night, Mayor Ed Gainey's office released a statement which blamed delays on withheld vendor payments by the controller's office. It also acknowledged mechanical issues with some of the vehicles. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Washington State Department of Health has created a new website that makes it easier to find free naloxone.
Naloxone is able to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Last year in Washington, there were 3,100 overdose deaths with opioids involved in 79% of the cases. Naloxone can be used as an injection or nasal spray. There's a link to the Naloxone Finder on the Washington Department of Health's website. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We're all on the same page here. Got us a Monday, 4th day of August underway. That's it, another weekend in the books. And it's 844-3388. Get back and finish up with Plowboy here. All right, welcome back.
Oh, thank you for holding me over there, Steve. There was a couple of 2 or 3 things that kind of on my mind. But did I misunderstand or did I misread something? There's a $12,500 tax credit on the overtime situation. So when you get done, we've kind of figured that if you make $50,000 or $52,000 a year, basically you're just going to get up to the 12.5, and the rest of it you're going to be kind of thrown over a cliff. That's kind of the way it looks to us. That I haven't really studied the tips that damn much, but as far as the overtime goes, and it will be when you file your taxes at the end of the year. I think it's just going to force more people file, and I just hope there's not a roadblock at the end of it. If you make over X amount, it's going to throw you in which it always has, but I mean a higher tax bracket. That's what's kind of scaring us right now, some of us up here, because we're all on hourly. But I seen something earlier today. I was thinking about this big merger we just had between the 2 railroads, or in process of. Trinity Tank in Longview, Texas is shutting its doors. 170 some odd workers have lost their jobs. I think at the end of September somewhere. Mm-hmm. They make oil tanks, and they make like your big grain hoppers for your trains. I'm thinking this is already not looking all this great, because they were wanting to move everything, but now we're just going to have them going out of business. And just kind of made me do some second thinking, and I've already been against that train merger. But think about China. Have you seen where China is thinking about taking and looking at the Starlink of Elon Musk and maybe doing some sabotage to it? That was in something I was reading this past weekend, and because they were saying it would, the Starlink could help any country that's against them. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, that's almost like an act of war. And no, I'm not no Musk fan, ever have been. And it's gotten worse. But no, I do not think that if China does that, I think game on. The way I'm seeing it, because if they start knocking out them satellite links, it is just, China's trying to be the big dog on a porch, and worst thing about it, when you start knocking them satellites down, it's not going to be very good. Mm-hmm. You're talking about the spiders. I crush every damn one of them I can find. Tarantulas, Grande, long legs. But Steve, did you happen to catch this out in northern Arizona, where a young lady from Massachusetts went on vacation to come back with a $21,000 bill? The young lady was taking pictures in the Grand Canyon or northern Arizona somewhere up in there, and a damn bat flew in her mouth, and now she's going through rabies shots.
Oh, joy.
And yeah, and the damnest thing about it, I guess she was in between jobs, sir, and yeah, it's out of her pocket for 21 grand right in that ballpark. But I don't know, but yeah. Other than that, that's about all I got for tonight. But appreciate you taking my call, and may call in later on. But thank you for now, there, sir.
All right,
Have
good to
night.
hear from you, Plowboy. I hadn't seen that story, but I see the headlines here. Did a quick search. Tourist. This is from Newsweek. Tourist hit with $21,000 medical bills after bat flies into mouth. What are the odds of that? While vacationing in Arizona. Okay. Some days are better than others, I guess, but it is 844-844-3388. Morning, Brain Dead. What's happening?
Oh, just out here doing that nasty four-letter word. You know, that
work.
I can say that.
Work.
Okay, you better be glad Rambler's not listening, because he'd probably come up there and do one of those, what do you call them, holy revivals on you. But, no, I did catch part of the game Saturday night, and I heard Ron asking about it. The rain didn't let up till 3 a.m.
Is that right?
A lot of the municipalities and counties, they have noise ordinances or curfews after a certain time. Like, remember last year with Charlotte, and they had all that torrential rain, and they had to, what was it, like 10 o'clock to call the race because there was going to be another 3 to 4 hours to drive the track. In Charlotte, they have a curfew or noise ordinance that says that after midnight, you cannot run any NASCAR races at all, or football games or whatever. So that's why they did that. And yeah, it stung because you had to, go over to, what was it, FUBU or whatever it was?
Yeah, that's
to find the game. But I think, honestly, somebody at MLB has a great idea. They took a page out of the playbook for hockey, what hockey does, remember? At the beginning of the year, and I think they do another stadium series in the wintertime of doing the outdoor classics. And that's how hockey was originally started, was only an outdoor pond that had froze over. So they ought to take the football and run with it, literally, because I would like to see this next year. I'd like to see this at the Big House or at the Shoe or, somewhere else that could really that could really be good for the teams. However, hockey plays one game, 3 days off, 2 days off, whatever, debatable, and then play another game. And we discussed this the other morning. I think they should play a 3-game set.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with these games, they're generally good rivalry games. Like with, what was it? The Red Wings and the, I'm having a mental block here. The Blackhawks at Wrigley Field. That would be that would be something that would be really good. And it was really good, and it was a really great game too. But but for this game here, and please do not send me hate mail. I don't need to read it on a Monday. Wait till Friday. This first game, it should have been one of the classic rivalry matchups. Cardinals, Cubs, Cardinals or Reds, Brewers, Cubs. But the one I would really have loved to see the Yankees and the Red Sox. That would have been, I mean, you'd have blown the roof off the stadium. I mean the track, but you know, it already is. But I think they did a good job. Now, the tarp was probably named the MVP of the game, but still, though, it was a really good game. And I think that maybe the NHL could take a playbook from what Major League Baseball, a playbook from done the same thing at, say, Bristol. Set up the hockey game out there, you know, or something on that line.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you've got the foundation. Now you get the foundation. Let's build on what has been set.
So there was a question about Bubba Wallace, and I'm seeing all kinds of BS on the Facebook and social media. He hasn't been hit with some massive fine. He hasn't had his race win stripped away. It's just there's one in particular. I think it's a Facebook poster called NASCAR Legends. That everything this guy posts, I think, is just fictitious, made-up AI stories.
Yeah, if some credible, not Facebook, but I actually go to several sources on the internet and read them. And some of them do have a Facebook page. Some of them do have a Twitter page.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a couple guys that I do personally. And they really are in-depth, entrenched with the sport. They have inside contacts pretty much with all the teams, all of NASCAR. I mean, you name it. They're very well and highly trusted. And I trust them anyway. So whatever I see on Facebook, I just sit there, laugh, and move along.
Yeah.
It's like there's a couple of them too that I see out there that are like, oh, hey, look, here's a truck wreck. You know, this truck wreck happened, and you look around and it's like snowing. It's like, wait a minute, when was the last time we had snow in July?
Yeah.
And people are sitting there writing comments about it. It's like, you idiot. It happened like 4 years ago in the middle of winter on I-94 in Michigan. Okay, can we not use the other half here and do a little research before we say something? So, do you want to smash a break and come back?
We can do that. Yes, sir, on a Monday. Hey, the greatest day of the week, as they say. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Alrighty, so when it comes to Mother Nature, yeah, don't get complacent. Philip, I'm sure, can give us the lowdown on that. But I see a headline that hurricane season in the Atlantic starts on the 1st of June, right? We're now 2 full months in. We're into the month of August. Least active start to hurricane season in like 16 years. Yeah, well, good news, but you got to remember the peak of the season is still ahead. 92% of tropical activity remaining because it doesn't end till the end of November. Yeah, things typically do begin to really ramp up in August, then peaking in September, and then starting to trend downward through October. Got a lot of season left. Mother Nature will find a way. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you much, Steve. You had to pay them bills, right?
That's
credit
correct.
Card bill will be coming up shortly. Get ready for that Labor Day season with all the ribs you're going to be buying from Kroger. I know that much. But anyway, no, I did not watch any racing at all this weekend. Me and the dinghy one, we've been cleaning up house a little bit more. Totally spaced out and forgot. So thanks for letting me know that William Byron had won the race. And I mean, I honestly do not see Iowa being on the track much longer. They're on the track. They're on the schedule, I think, for next year. So I really don't see them lasting too much longer. I mean, they're kind of like the Kentucky Speedway, because I mean they're out there in the middle of Newton, Iowa, and I can't think of hardly anything to do in Newton, Iowa. I mean, it's bad enough in Des Moines, but let's see, there's something else I was going to say. I know there was something else I was going to tell you, Stephen. I'm even.
Darn it!
Thinking wrong,
Don't you hate when that happens?
Oh yeah, give every driver a heads up. Now, you were talking about here a minute or two ago about the whole wrong way driver up in 80. This is really the reason why I called. But anyway, this upcoming week, I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, if you're in and around the West Memphis area, they're going to be having some periodic road closures between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. What they're doing is they're testing the new wrong way alerts. And if you've been anywhere in Arkansas in the last, about 40 days or so, you'll see on the on-ramps and off-ramps these little metal posts sticking up with these boxes on them with wrong way signs. What that is a system that will detect a wrong way driver. When a car passes that, it will automatically notify the state police and any local police departments like West Memphis or whoever that there is a wrong way driver, and it will also be putting up an alert message on the board saying that there is a wrong way driver ahead. Pay attention, or use caution or whatever. They're going to have it like that. So, But Steve, my friend, you have a good morning. We'll holler at you later.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Brain Dead. Appreciate the update. Kind of following up on Pappy's comments. Yeah, running the mouth there, Russia, Medvedev. I mean, Medvedev, according to President Trump, he said in his post, quote, well, a former president of Russia, who is now in charge of one of the most important councils there, Medvedev said some things that were very bad. Talking about nuclear. When you mention the word nuclear, my eyes light up and I say, we better be careful, because that's the ultimate threat. Medvedev, in a post on the Telegram late last week, cautioned Trump to keep in mind his favorite films about the Walking Dead and referred to the Soviet Union system for launching a last-ditch automatic nuclear strike. To which Trump said he shouldn't have said it. He's got a fresh mouth. He's said things in the past as well. So we always want to be ready. So I've sent to the region 2 nuclear submarines. I just want to make sure that his words are only words and nothing more than that. He was asked if the submarines are closer to Russia, to which he said, they're closer to Russia. Yeah, they're closer to Russia. Now, he continued to decry the terrible situation of Ukraine's war with Russia. Yeah, this is former President Biden's war. It's not my war. Would have never happened. It didn't happen for 4 years. It was never even talked about other than anything I had conversations with Russia's Vladimir Putin. It was the apple of his eye. But he wasn't going to go into Ukraine. And I will say this war is a war that should end. So his new deadline for Russia to broker, he's now bumped that up to August 8. So that's 4 days away now. He said that if a deal is not in place, we will put sanctions on. And, of course, he's pretty good with sanctions. He knows how to avoid sanctions, talking about Putin. Yeah, I talked to Putin a lot. I think we had a great conversation. Yeah, then I go home. And I see that the bomb was dropped in Kyiv and some of the various cities, killing people. He said, I had this great conversation with him, and it looked like we were going to, I thought we had it worked out 3 different times. Yeah, maybe he wants to try and take the whole thing. I think it's going to be very hard for him, but so he's definitely having second thoughts about Putin. Ask if his opinion of Putin has changed over the past few months. Yeah, Trump said he's obviously a tough cookie, so it hasn't changed in that way, but I am surprised. We had numerous good conversations where we could have ended this thing, and all of a sudden the bombs start flying again. So obviously the frustration factor. Will the sanctions be enough to bring him to the table? It would only do so if the world as a whole is able to enforce the sanctions. I don't know if I've seen conflicting reports whether India is going to abide by the deal to not purchase Russian oil. I've seen some saying that they're not agreeing to that they're going to continue to use it. China pretty much the same. China says they'll thumb their nose, trying to tell them they cannot purchase Russia's oil. So again, things could get interesting. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A restraining order blocking immigration raids in Southern California has been upheld.
On Friday night, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling to uphold a lower court's temporary order blocking the Trump administration from conducting immigration enforcement in Southern California. The ruling affirms the order issued last month that granted the Trump administration from conducting immigration enforcement in Southern California. The ruling affirms the order issued last month that granted the restraining order requested by immigrant advocates.
Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for regime change in Russia.
Zelensky made the comment Thursday, just hours after a Russian missile and drone attack that killed 31 people in Kyiv. Speaking virtually to a conference marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Accords, Zelensky said,
"If the world doesn't aim to change the regime in Russia, that means even after the war ends, Moscow will still try to destabilize neighboring countries."
I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, back to the calls. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I just this weekend I read something in the news articles about the Democrats down in Texas because they're redistricting their districts or whatever. So they're upset about it. So they're going to go off to Missouri to so they can't do their job. And I just remember that they had the same thing up there in Michigan or Wisconsin a couple years ago, where the Democrats all left the area so they can't vote on something, and we got the Senate now. You know, they didn't. I think I read that they didn't okay any of Trump's appointees or something. You know, which is totally unusual. You know, the civil stuff, and you know, when I don't do my job, I get fired. You know, if I don't show up for work, I'm out of a job. And it's just like this government that we have that, you know, if you don't like something, well, you bitch and moan about it and you drag your feet and stomp your feet. I mean, that's sort of childish, you know. You don't play by my rules, I take my ball and go home, you know. And it's about high time these Democrats face the consequences of their actions. That's my opinion, but you know, yeah, everybody claims that their senator or representative isn't the bad one; it's everybody else, and you know, and then people just get reelected again. But you know, it's just frustrating. You know, it's seeing all this stuff going on, and you know, and how they act, and yeah, but. Anyhow, but yeah, it's like you said earlier, this year weekend was a perfect weekend to be outside and out and about, and we had one of the things I love to do is sit by the campfire and watch it burn. And so Saturday night we had a campfire, and Sunday we had some of the kids over, and we cooked the burgers on the fire, and our neighbors are out, you know, putting up their own smoke signals. And, you know, hey, I went for a bike ride on Saturday morning, and I almost turned around to get my jacket because it was pretty cold riding your bike. It's 55 degrees outside, but, you know, it felt pretty good. So, but, yeah, so anyhow, it's, you know, yeah, it was a great weekend, you know, but, yeah. So, at least for us it was. Ashton Mario Kart there, he was batting his impetigo, and the medicine they gave him, creamy wheat there, really, on Friday night she was saying, this year is not working. Then the skin started getting puffy and splotchy, and he basically got sores all over his body, and
wow,
I mean, on the soles of his feet, up into his scalp, and they were some of them were similar to what he had around his mouth, but other ones looked different. And so Sunday morning we called the doctor, and he told us to bring him in, and he met us at his office, and we looked at it, and he said, well, a lot of these spots look like measles. But, you know, with measles, you get the chest congestion, and you get the runny nose and the coughing, and you don't have that. So he said, well, I guess his medicine that he's on is not working for him to stop that. And he ordered some more meds, and so we had to pick them up Sunday afternoon and gave him a dose. And by Sunday afternoon, Ashton Mario Kart, he was outside. He was acting a little better. So he said, if the doctor said if this here stuff don't clean up in 2 days, we're going to have to go see a dermatologist because it's looking like it's some sort of he has the impetigo, but he might have something else. And so, but
wow.
Anyhow, that's he had one of the things he had to put on was an ointment, so he had to dive on every spot that he had or sore. You had to put this ointment on, and he never complained, but he would wince when you touched it, and you know, then yeah. So anyhow, Cream of Wheat there turned in to be a nurse this weekend, and she did a pretty good job, I think. But you know, she was the motherly instinct, you know, that always kicks in when you're when your child's not feeling good, you know.
Absolutely, yes.
So anyhow, we're on our way to New York City again. We got about a third of a load of frozen turkey, and another third of the load is cockleberries, and then we got bacon and sausage and ham, and so if you follow me, I could give you some breakfast.
There you go.
Feed you real good. So anyhow, but all right. Well, hey, it's a nice night for trail trucking. 78 here is wide open, and yeah, there's not much traffic around. Yeah, that's wonderful. But yeah, so. Well, and the other thing is, I don't know. Maybe it's to remind other truck drivers, if you have to pull off on the shoulder of the road, don't put yourself right up against another truck, because you don't have no room to get up to speed before you come off the shoulder of the road. I see this happening so often. You see one truck parked at a ramp or something. Yeah, I know you're not supposed to do it, but and then the next truck, like there's 5-6 trucks all on the line there, and it's like, when they come out again, they're going to have to come right out in the travel lane, and they're doing 0 mile an hour, and I mean, if something happens and I have to pull alongside the road, it happens, and I generally try to get up to 45 mile an hour on the shoulder before I pull out on the highway. Give some people some chances. But yeah, you always got to. I have this idea. You always got to think of the other person. And your actions, what they cause the other person to do. So just think of the other people. That's a good rule of thumb, I think. But. So, anyhow, well, that's all I have for you this morning, and we'll speak at you later.
All right. Hey, thanks for chiming in. I hope young Mario starts feeling better, right? Not the way you want to spend your summer vacation. Let me see. Industry headlines. A California-based carrier. Here's another one bites the dust, announcing that they're going to close permanently after 4 decades in operation. Fresno-headquartered TGS Logistics announcing the company's permanent closure effective immediately, stating it was with profound sadness and a heavy heart that TGS announces the official closure of its operation effective July 31 after 4 decades of dedicated service to the transportation industry. We will be parking our trucks for good. Pointing to challenging market conditions facing the industry, company leaders thanked drivers and other workers for their dedication, their hard work, and resilience they had demonstrated, especially over the past 12 to 18 months. TGS was founded as a truck brokerage in 1985 by Timothy G. Schneider and grew to become a drayage company in California and Nevada, serving the ports of Oakland, Los Angeles, and Long Beach. The company operated 20 power units, 20 drivers, according to the FMCSA's Safer website. But still kind of thinning the field when it comes to trucking operations. Then we touched briefly late last week in regards to Aurora Innovations, the autonomous trucks that have been running through Texas and now expanding operations when they announced the opening of a new Phoenix terminal, as well as the addition of overnight operations for the driverless trucks. In their second quarter business review, the Pittsburgh-based company revealed plans to increase driverless nighttime operations between Dallas and Houston. They claim their driverless technology can detect objects in the dark more than 450 meters away. Pedestrians, vehicles, debris, 11 seconds sooner than the traditional human driver, saying adding nighttime operations will more than double the truck utilization potential, shorten delivery times on long-haul routes. Efficiency, uptime, reliability are important for our customers, and we're showing we can deliver. Just 3 months after launch, we're now running driverless operations day and night, and we have expanded our terminal network to Phoenix. Our rapid progress is beginning to unlock the full value of self-driving trucks for our customers. Now, they say they opened the Phoenix terminal in June to optimize freight delivery directly to the customer endpoints, currently making autonomous hauls for Hirschbach and Warner between Phoenix and Fort Worth, Texas. Aurora also said that they now have a 3-truck driverless fleet and surpassed 20,000 driverless miles at the end of June. Additionally, they've launched a public live stream of the driverless trucking operations. The live stream demonstrates the safety, reliability, and growing maturity of the Aurora driver, a first-of-its-kind glimpse into the future of freight transportation. Of course, we can reflect back in late April, the autonomous technology started hauling between Dallas and Houston. And several weeks later, when they announced on May 16, they were going to actually put the human back in the driver's seat. They said it was at the request from PACCAR. But they said their autonomous operations will continue on I-45 in Texas with a person in the front seat just in case. PACCAR requested we have a person because of certain prototype parts in the base vehicle platform. We're confident this is not required to operate the truck safely based on our exhaustive testing. All right, but PACCAR is a longtime partner. After much consideration, we respected their request, and we're moving what they're referring to as the observer, who had been riding in the back of some of their trips, moving them from the back seat to the front seat. Although a human is in the driver's seat, they had previously told Landline that the observer really has no role in driving the truck. Even more, an Aurora spokesperson indicated that the person in the driver's seat would not be required to have a commercial driver's license. I don't know how that works out, but that was a new little tidbit of information. So in other words, you might have someone in there that, would they actually technically know what to do in the event of an emergency to take over safe operations of the vehicle? I have questions.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, rolling into a Monday. Yeah, a little bit earlier, Pappy brought up the overtime thing. Plowbill was talking about concerns of how it's all going to work. There is actually, there's probably several of them, but there's what they call a no tax on overtime calculator. Kind of like a tax management software. Calculate your potential tax savings under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act for tax years 2025 to 2028. This calculator implements the official federal overtime tax deduction based on H.R. 1, Section 70202. So you pretty much like any tax form, you put in your filing status, your annual gross income, which says your total annual income before taxes must be under $160,000 to qualify. Then you input your regular hourly rate, average weekly overtime hours, which would be any hours beyond 40 hours per week on average. How many work weeks you actually worked during the year. The number of weeks you work, overtime, typically, 50 weeks, 52, whatever it's going to be. All right, so then you click on Calculate Your Tax Savings. But then the eligibility requirements, you must be a non-exempt employee eligible for overtime. Annual income under $160,000, must have a valid Social Security number. And again, this applies to tax years 25 to 28 only. Okay. 844-3388, a Monday, and good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I don't know where to begin, but the Democrats need the illegal aliens. That's their voting base now. And I was talking to a friend down in Texas, and he's telling me that these Democrats that are running away to other states so the legislature can't do anything. Well, to answer Buckwheat's question, they're going to get fined when they come back. This has happened several times before, so I'm not really worried about that. But you see the reason why the Dems want to stop the deportation of these illegal aliens. That's their voting base now. And I know that in Maryland, the illegal aliens were voting in the last election we had. And I'm not too surprised that nobody really objected, because Maryland is a blue state, and a lot of shenanigans go on when there's voting. I hope Buckwheat is getting hazardous pay since he's going into New York.
He does that every week, blind man.
Just be careful, Buckwheat. Yeah, just be careful. So anyhow, that's all since he's going into New York.
He does that every week, blind man.
Just be careful, Buckwheat. I did enjoy listening to the ball game yesterday. Track.
Yeah.
I just can't get over a 13-team tie, because I turned it off at the beginning of the 8th inning. I watched it on TV, and it was just too visual for me. And I did not know this, but a station down in Georgia carried it on the radio. So I was a little disappointed with that, but it sounded like everybody had a good time.
All right, so I'm not sure. Good to hear from you, blind man. I'm not sure what game he was listening to there. But no, the baseball game, the Speedway Classic, final score was 4-2, with the Braves coming out on top, 4-2. I have to do some double checking. Now, where was there a tie? Okay, let me see. We're rolling toward news break here, just ahead. Roy said, did I hear you say a bat flew in someone's mouth? That was the story that Plowboy brought up. A woman on vacation whose employee-sponsored health plan had lapsed after recently being laid off wound up with over $20,000 in medical bills after, yes, a bat flew into her mouth. 33-year-old Erica Kahn was visiting Glen Canyon National Recreation Area in Arizona when the horror encounter with the winged animal or mammal took place. Yeah, former biomedical engineer noticed a number of bats flying around while she was outside taking pictures of the night sky, to which she didn't think much about. And, so what are the odds, as they say? And we got to get a quick news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles. After mile, ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in California has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting thousands of illegal aliens in the U.S. under the Temporary Protected Status Program.
The ruling affects more than 60,000 people from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua who are set to lose their protected status in the coming weeks. Now they have at least until November 18th when a hearing is scheduled on a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's move. The program offers temporary protections for immigrants from countries impacted by natural disasters and armed conflict, among other things. The Trump administration argued that the countries in question have recovered from the disasters that triggered the protected status in the first place. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeanine Pirro is confirmed as the next U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
On Saturday, the Senate voted 50-45 to confirm Pirro to the position. Pirro was previously serving on an acting basis since May after President Trump withdrew his first nominee, Ed Martin. She has previously served as both a judge and a district attorney in New York. I'm Jim Forbes.
Yet Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from Florida to a federal prison in Texas.
Maxwell is serving 20 years for her role in recruiting and trafficking minors for sex. Tom Yamas with details.
It comes just a week after the Deputy Attorney General met with Maxwell and her lawyer, and as she is appealing to the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Families of Jeffrey Epstein's victims outraged, calling it preferential treatment.
The reason for the move has not been revealed. The White House says no leniency has been discussed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The high price of pharmaceuticals has the attention of the White House.
Spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt says the U.S. pays 3 times the price for drugs compared to other countries, and President Trump is determined to tackle the problem. She says Trump is sending out letters to the CEOs of several drug companies, telling them it's an unacceptable burden on hardworking Americans. The letters will be asking for immediate relief and includes a 60-day deadline. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The secret word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
A rare brain disease linked to the flu is rising in children across the nation.
The life-threatening condition, called acute necrotizing encephalopathy, causes rapid brain swelling due to an immune response that goes out of control.
If you try to put an extra pound of fluid in your head, you're going to squash some brain to the point of killing it.
Dr. Don Buckland is a preventative medicine doctor. 41 cases have been reported over the last 2 flu seasons, mostly in 5-year-olds. 27% of those cases resulted in death within 3 days. Survivors may face long-term health issues, and there's no specific treatment for the disease. Only 6 of the affected children had been vaccinated. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's trash pickup is drawing more complaints from residents who say delays in service have been growing worse in recent months.
Pittsburgh officials blame part of the problem on their aging fleet of trash trucks, half of which spent time in the garage this past month. Thursday night, Mayor Ed Gainey's office released a statement which blamed delays on withheld vendor payments by the comptroller's office. It also acknowledged mechanical issues with some of the vehicles. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Washington State Department of Health has created a new website that makes it easier to find free naloxone.
Naloxone is able to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Last year in Washington, there were 3,100 overdose deaths with opioids involved in 79% of the cases. Naloxone can be used as an injection or nasal spray. There's a link to the Naloxone Finder on the Washington Department of Health's website. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, thanks to Roy there in Northwest Illinois. I guess she's been kind of following some of the chatter about I-80 there in Iowa. He said one of the commenters said eastbound lanes were open as of like 1:35 a.m. Central Time. But westbound, still not moving. Said vehicles were wrecked on east and westbound, debris everywhere. And they had a rather lengthy investigation before towing was allowed. Okay. Obviously, assuming that was a fatality incident, we'll get more details as the day progresses here. Hello to the 3 fat truckers. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend. I'll be leaving out this morning, heading down to Corpus Christi, Texas. Had a great International Harvester Homecoming show over the weekend, though. Thanks to everybody that stopped by. And we get back to the calls here as we kick off our final hour, believe it or not. And good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family in the house, Striker?
Everybody doing well. Doing well. Thank you very much. How about you?
Well, I had an 85th birthday yesterday down in Louisville at my son's house. And I sat down and talked to a Swift trucking trainer. And he had been to all 48 states and even trained his mother, who went with him for about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And they were talking about driving out west in the winds and in the steep mountains and the passes, and it was interesting. So we swapped truck stories for a while. And I noticed there was not near the trucks between Cincinnati and Louisville as I usually encounter. There must be not much freight hauling going on out there, as there generally is. Have you been down that road lately?
Not since the truck show there in Louisville. So it's been, it was back in what, late March, early April. Yeah.
They're forever working on that road.
Oh yeah.
And repaving and rebuilding. I guess they always will. Braindead was talking about the little signals they were putting on the Arkansas highways. I remember whenever they put the stoplights in Atlanta, where you exit onto the interstates, it was a timing device. And that slowed the traffic coming out on the interstate highway had to be slow from stopping at those stoplights at the end of the exit ramps. That made it aggravate. How would you like to be the traffic engineer for the city of Atlanta, Steve?
Thanks, but no thanks.
I just wonder how long a man would last at that position. That'd have to be a stressful job. You were talking about the automatic trucks, and I have a friend who farms 5,000 acres of corn, and I know they have GPS on those combines and on their planters and stuff, and they're always shorthanded in the fall of having people to haul their grain to the silos and to the places where they dump the corn. And I can imagine if they had an automatic combine driver or a machine, that would really help those big farmers with 5,000-10,000 acres of corn. And I would say that will be in the future soon.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about the automatic trucks or the automated trucks, I just relate it back to the cotton pickers that put all the hand picking out of business. And we used to get cash for picking cotton, and that ended when we got the automatic cotton pickers. And now when I go down through southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas, they not only pick the cotton, but they jid the cotton in the fields with the same machines. So this automatic driving is here, and we're going to deal with it for the next 10, 15 years. My wife has a Toyota, and it has an automatic driving apparatus on it, and you have to keep your hand on the steering wheel, but it will drive just fine. Between those two lines with the cameras, and it's beating this thing I ever drove. But I used that when I went down to Louisville. And you just keep a finger on the steering wheel, and it drives for you automatically.
Wow.
I will let you go. Did you get your yards mowed?
I did not do any mowing this weekend. That'll be coming up probably in the next couple of days, sadly.
I finally got mine out of the shop. It'd been in the shop 3 weeks, and I was getting way behind. You have a great week, Steve.
All right, Daryl, as always, thank you for checking in. Yes, indeed. Have a great day. And looking at 12 past the hour. I guess, an update on just how dramatically things have changed at the southern border and even way south of the southern border. During the previous administration, we were talking about the unbelievable number of migrants from around the globe that were taking the route of the deadly Darien Gap, as it's known. Migrant crossings at Panama's Darien Gap plunging to nearly nothing in May and June, which is another important indicator of illegal immigration to the U.S. The Darien Gap, situated between Colombia and Panama, serves as one of the world's primary gateways for would-be illegals hoping to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. Last week, Homeland Security announced that migrant crossings at the Darien Gap dropped 99.98% for May and June of this year compared to crossings in August of 2023, when U.S.-bound illegal immigration through the treacherous jungle had peaked. For example, in a single month under former President Biden, migrant crossings at the Darien Gap exceeded 82,000. For comparison, in May of this year, there were 13 migrant crossings at the Darien Gap. In June of this year, 10 crossings. Now, this dangerous trek, notorious for exposing migrants, including children, and the most vulnerable to sexual abuse, trafficking, exploitation. In Panama's Darien Gap, migrants are now turning back before they reach our border, only 10 crossing in June. The world is hearing our message that America's borders are closed to lawbreakers now. Thanks to President Trump, Secretary Noem, we have the most secure border in American history. What a difference. But according to the Democrats, it couldn't be done without congressional approval, recall? Nope. We just needed a president that had some kahunas. Meanwhile, a majority of Americans support what's taking place. A poll from Tea Party Patriots reveals huge opposition to amnesty for illegals. While most Americans continue to back President Trump's deportation agenda, the poll, commissioned from McLaughlin and Associates, exclusively shared with Breitbart News, found 77% of likely American voters believe it is neither fair nor right for the federal government to give amnesty to a particular subset of illegals, including 55% who say they strongly believe amnesty is unfair. Meanwhile, less than 13% of likely voters disagree that amnesty is unfair. About 11% said they're not sure. A near consensus of Republicans at 86% agree that amnesty for illegals is not fair. 71% of swing voters and 71% of Democrats, amnesty for illegal aliens is unfair, unsafe, deeply unpopular, and wrong, according to the honorary chairman, Jenny Beth Martin. Similarly, the poll finds continuing support for the deportation agenda that subjects all illegal aliens to deportation, not those who've just been convicted or accused of crimes. About 56% of likely voters agree everyone who's entered the country illegally, regardless of what additional crimes they may or may not have committed, and regardless of their employment status, should be deported. Just 34% disagreed. Just like with amnesty, a near consensus of Republicans at 79% support deporting all illegals. A majority of 52% of swing voters, only 33%, though, of Democrats support deporting illegals who have not been convicted or accused of other crimes. In other words, just the crime of entering the country illegally, to them, is not enough to warrant deportation. It is 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, let me see. I believe Eric on board had some comments about, I guess, the Speedway Classic yesterday. Morning, Eric.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing just fine. How about yourself? What's going on?
Oh, not too bad. Hey, I just wanted to chime in on the Speedway Classic. I moved out of Ohio back in 2019. Hadn't been to a Reds game since. So about a year ago when I first heard about the game, I told my wife, I said, we got to go. So we bought tickets back in February, March, whenever they went on sale. And so we went yesterday. We live in North Carolina now, and drove, got an Airbnb. Long story short, spent about $600-800 on tickets, lodging, food, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing online where a lot of people are complaining, saying it was a bust and it was a terrible experience, everything. I could not disagree more. We had a blast. The experience alone was amazing. All the pregame stuff was awesome.
So
it rained on us.
Yeah, give me a breakdown. So you were there, obviously Saturday evening, right? And so did you get to experience like the fan experience and all the things? All that was still taking place even though it was raining?
Yeah, we drove over Friday night. We stayed in our Airbnb, woke up early Saturday morning. We got to the parking lot. I think it was about 11:15. Mm-hmm. The fan zone, which is like they had different vendors, concerts, all kinds of stuff right outside of the Speedway. Mm-hmm. It opened up at noon. We went in there. It was a mist rain. It was a very light rain. We hung out there. The gates were supposed to open at 3. They did open at 2. We hung out until then, and we got in line like 5 minutes before they opened the gates at 2, thinking we were like an hour early because there was a giveaway at a couple of the gates. So we wanted to get there early to make sure we got the giveaway, but they opened the gates early. We went in, and it was awesome. I mean, as soon as I walked in, I'm like, hey, before we get to our seats, I got to see the field. As soon as I walked out to look at the field, I mean, cold chills immediately. Like, it was just amazing. It was awesome, and so glad that we went. So we looked at the field, whatever. Okay, let's go see what it looks like from our seats. We go up to our seats and look out, and there were some pictures on Twitter going around the day before of, like, the worst seats possible, which that's where we were. And the pictures on Twitter and on Facebook looked way worse than what it actually was. Like, I really don't think there was a bad seat in the house. There were some poles where there was some overhang, but the overhang really played in our favor because we were dry the whole time. So, but yeah, it was an amazing experience. We got to see all the ceremonies. I don't know if they showed it on TV or not, but Michael Waltrip did the boogity boogity thing. That was amazing. The flyover, the Star Spangled Banner, like 100%, 10 out of 10. I would do it again, even though we were in the Speedway for 8 hours ish before the first pitch, and I really did appreciate that Major League Baseball. I feel like they did everything they could do to get that game going. It probably is a good thing they called it when they did, because before the first pitch, like the scheduled start time, I believe was 7:15, and at 7:15 it was like a light mist. I was wondering why they weren't playing, and I think it was delayed like a little over 2 hours. And then at 2 hours they pulled the tarp off, and I think it was about another half hour they were getting the field ready and whatever, and as soon as the first pitch happened, it started pouring down rain.
Like the heavens opened up. So you were able to go back yesterday then? How many people were actually there Sunday compared to what we saw like on Saturday night?
Well, I didn't get to go on Sunday.
Oh, you didn't get to go back?
I had to get back.
Okay.
No, I didn't get to go back because I had to work. But on Saturday, and that's why I'm saying I really appreciate Major League Baseball doing everything they could do on Saturday to be able to get that game underway, because there was a lot of people, same situation as me, where they couldn't stay another day. So they did everything they could on Saturday to get the game underway. They did make that attempt. It started about, I think it was like 2 hours and 15 minutes late is when they started it. Yeah, awesome experience. I would do it over again, and I think they set the attendance record. It was like 91,000 and some change. So I'm glad to be a part of that part of history. Got a couple souvenirs to prove that we were there. A lot of good pictures. Yeah, it was an awesome experience.
Hey, I appreciate you sharing with us, Eric. So you, like so many others, and all I've seen is just some of the photographs from Sunday's activities. But I mean, yes, there turned out to be a lot of empty seats. So I mean, based on the cost of the tickets, you said they spent what, $600-800 when all was said and done for the entire experience there, but only got to see essentially a half inning of baseball, right? They were in the bottom of the first inning, correct? And all right, so again, a lot of folks are probably going to be feeling like, especially for those who spent hundreds of dollars for their tickets, if they weren't able to go back. What a disappointment that would be. All right, multiple factors kind of combining in the southeastern corner of the country this week here. First several days of August that will pose a risk to lives and property in the form of flash flooding. The same setup that brought flash flooding to the mid-Atlantic is headed south. Downpours triggered localized flash flooding in parts of the Carolinas Friday. But the southward progress is about to grind to a halt. That means a stall out. August is going to continue where July left off in terms of flash flooding, as many inches of rain are forecast to pour down, especially from northern Florida and southeastern Alabama to southern Georgia and portions of South Carolina. Rainfall rates 1 to 3 inches per hour possible during these downpours through at least Tuesday of this week. At that rate, storm drains could easily be overwhelmed, leading to deep water on some streets and overpasses of major highways. Washouts may occur on some rural roads where small streams are turned into raging torrents. An area of particular concern could be southeast Georgia and coastal South Carolina, where these downpours may be quite persistent, they tell us. This is the zone where downpours may repeat right on into the early week. 4 to 8 inches of rain could fall over the course of several days, which would undoubtedly cause some flooding, especially in low-lying areas around cities like Savannah, Georgia. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge in California has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deporting thousands of illegal aliens in the U.S. under the Temporary Protected Status Program.
The ruling affects more than 60,000 people from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua who are set to lose their protected status in the coming weeks. Now they have at least until November 18th when a hearing is scheduled on a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's move. The program offers temporary protections for immigrants from countries impacted by natural disasters and armed conflict, among other things. The Trump administration argued that the countries in question have recovered from the disasters that triggered the protected status in the first place. I'm Michael Kastner.
Jeanine Pirro is confirmed as the next U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia.
On Saturday, the Senate voted 50-45 to confirm Pirro to the position. Pirro was previously serving on an acting basis since May after President Trump withdrew his first nominee, Ed Martin. She has previously served as both a judge and a district attorney in New York. I'm Jim Forbes.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from Florida to a federal prison in Texas.
Maxwell is serving 20 years for her role in recruiting and trafficking minors for sex. Tom Yamas with details.
It comes just a week after the Deputy Attorney General met with Maxwell and her lawyer, and as she is appealing to the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Families of Jeffrey Epstein's victims outraged, calling it preferential treatment.
The reason for the move has not been revealed. The White House says no leniency has been discussed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The high price of pharmaceuticals has the attention of the White House.
Spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt says the U.S. pays 3 times the price for drugs compared to other countries, and President Trump is determined to tackle the problem. She says Trump is sending out letters to the CEOs of several drug companies, telling them it's an unacceptable burden on hardworking Americans. The letters will be asking for immediate relief and includes a 60-day deadline. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764 2635. Again, 866 764 2635.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, I appreciate Eric's call, kind of giving his point of view from his experience there at the Speedway Classic. Overall, he said it was a positive experience. I'm looking at another one of a Facebook friend here who said, so my Bristol review. His overall experience, he said 3 out of 10. Not real positive. He said Bristol Motor Speedway has a lot of work to do if they want to host major events in the future. He said, the good. It had potential to be an amazing event. The crowd before the rain delay was incredibly energetic. I was able to catch up with some old friends. It's about all he had to say on the good side. The bad. He said there were not enough staff to direct people to their sections or their seats and not correct information after that. Elevator operators said the elevator we asked about didn't go to our section, and we would have to climb 50 plus rows. That elevator did in fact go to our level. Concession stands running out of food incredibly early. One ended serving food at 5 p.m. Inexcusable. The golf cart shuttle service was incredibly disorganized. No direction on how to catch one. It was just a free-for-all. There were no clear directions to the trams to get back to the parking lot. I said, this is purely on Major League Baseball, but the sound for the concert was terrible in the stands. They cut the stadium speakers, and due to the physics of how sound travels, Tim McGraw was mostly muffled. And then Major League Baseball were blocking fans from reselling for the makeup game Sunday. So folks wanted to sell their tickets from Saturday night to folks that might have been interested. Well, that kind of sucks too. Now, he did say the weather sucked, but that cannot be controlled. The game should never been started on Saturday night, but I guess now we need to start building on that half-mile roof. Okay, to maybe next time do it in a domed venue. All right, hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. It was a quite productive weekend. For us, we made the purchase of our first John boat. Took it out on the lake Sunday, had a great time, did some fishing. So the coffee's hot, the car's packed, time to head into the office. See what Monday brings us. All right, everybody enjoy. Thank you very much. Good to hear from you there, Steve in Columbus. And a good morning to Knucklebuster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Thanks for having me back there. Why would you waste good money to go see Tim McGraw? I've met him. I ain't impressed. That was back when he first started out. Maybe he changed. I don't know. I doubt it, though. But anyway, if you ain't smart enough to find, you should look up the venue information on your phone and find your own seat. Well, oh well. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Let's get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and since Mr. Lauren Wheat there, that world champion bull hauler done a shout out to Hot Shot Secret. I'm gonna do a simplified shout out to Bill for supporting the Steve Summers overnight drive show, keeping us all awake in the middle of the night there. Well, y'all get some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, some C. Sommers Overnight Drive product. Well, my bank just sent me a check. They telling me how much money I ain't got. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. All right. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And Steve, I got to find me some more women to be dating there, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how all that goes.
Yep.
I done found a couple more. Yeah, they wanted to hug on me, and I'm like, look, nobody asked me for permission to hug on me, right? So, but I wasn't complaining there, so I won't complain even if they got that Steve Sommers Overnight Drive shirt on either. So, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
All righty. Thanks for chiming in there, Knuckle Buster. Let me give you the rest of the story. You know, the Batgirl, we'll call her. Batgirl. So she's on vacation. She noticed a number of bats flying around. She was outside taking pictures of the night sky. Said she didn't think much of it until one got a little too close for comfort, winding up trapped between her camera and her face. When she screamed in terror, an unknown part of the bat wound up in her mouth for a few seconds. Her father, who is a physician who was traveling with her at the time, said she should start a course of rabies treatments. Even though she wasn't sure if she'd been bitten, that seems like that would have been pretty simple to figure out. I mean, did it hurt? So this is where she kind of goes, I don't know, how could someone that's very educated not know that you're not going to go online and buy insurance on the same day you're going to go in to get treated for some. She quickly went online to purchase a medical insurance plan before going to the hospital in Flagstaff to begin treatments, under the impression that it would cover that 2-week course of rabies shots, which ultimately she received at clinics started in Arizona, then Massachusetts and Colorado. But the big shock all came down when the bill arrived, owing $20,749 between the 4 facilities for treatments including 4 doses of the rabies vaccines, 3 shots of immunoglobulin to increase antibodies against the virus, which is fatal if not treated. Now, bats, they say, account for about 33% of the 4,000 animal rabies cases reported in the U.S. every year. If untreated, the rabies virus is fatal to humans. She didn't realize the insurance plan she had purchased a day before starting treatment required a 30-day waiting period for coverage to kick in. An explanation of benefits letter she got in the mail grimly explained that. She said, I thought it must have been a mistake, but I guess I was naive. Now, again, she was traveling with her father, the physician, advising her to seek the rabies treatments. After being laid off from her engineering position the previous month, she opted against keeping her insurance under COBRA, kind of rolling the dice that she wouldn't wind up facing an unexpected medical emergency. But isn't that the way it always works out? She has since got a new job and once again has health insurance. She's negotiated some of the bills down a bit, but says she still owed more than $19,000, which she said she's planning to continue appealing. Despite the horrifying encounter with wildlife ripped from the stuff of nightmares, she said it hasn't put a damper on her love for the great outdoors. I know what bats taste like. It's an earthly, sweet kind of flavor, she joked. She said it's actually a pretty funny story if it weren't for the horrible medical bill that came out with it. But about 4,000 animal rabies cases are reported each year in the U.S., according to the Centers for Disease Control. And only about 10% of those are fatal. And I guess those are people who do not opt for treatment because the treatments are available, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Well, speaking of Plowboy, there's the rest of the story. That's a bizarre one, Plowboy.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you for bringing me back. But no, I just don't. Would you, Steve, if you thought you'd been around a snake, are you going to say you were snake bit? Looked like she could have felt the bite.
Oh, that's what I'm,
the scratch.
Did it bite you? I don't know. Well, I didn't feel any pain, but I don't know.
And I'm sorry, her daddy being a physician, I think he garnered a DA award in an accomplished state, tell you the truth, because, yeah, especially when she came down to filling out that insurance day of or day after. That's really not the most brainiest thing to damn well do, but I got two quick ones. Steve, you too can be a truck driver. Did you realize that? You and Miss Princess, when you decide to fold it up with Hot Shot Secrets, you two in 5 to 10 years can be a truck driver. You just said it here 20 minutes ago, sir.
I can
drive a truck.
I can volunteer to work for, what's the name of that, Aurora Automated Trucks, and just sit in the driver's seat while the truck drives, right?
Well, the way I'm looking at it, overall, is this. They are sitting in the passenger seat. Now, that means he's going to have to unbuckle his tail and hopefully get over behind the steering wheel and the mechanisms in time to figure out what the hell's going on. Either in a bad wind, a bad rain, a dust storm going to Phoenix. And, by the way, DOT pulls him over. Okay. And he's behind the wheel of that seat. This is a question I got for Pappy and his DOT friends in Ohio. Do they not ask for your CDL, your logbook status, and all of this? Because he has just went from on duty not driving to driving without a CDL. Now, how many times we have talked about this? Somebody gets popped in the state of Texas for not having appropriate license credentials. And I think this is going to be a hell of an opportunity. And the next question is this. Okay, something goes wrong with the mechanism that's driving that truck. And he's got to make the completion of the trip. He doesn't know how to drive the damn.
Well, that's, exactly.
He gets up, are we going to hear Steve Sommers talk about a hell of a bad wreck in Dallas, Houston, the day of? We just tied up the spaghetti bowl down there, and we got, I hate to say it, we got some fatalities. I
guess the idea is if the autonomous, he's just a babysitter. If the autonomous babysitter indeed ends up broke down on the side of the road, he's just there to babysit the truck until Aurora can send out a authorized CDL holding truck driver. I know they're going with that, but I guess their assumption is the autonomous truck is going to know and do everything to where if something is going wrong, the truck's going to stop. There's going to be no need for the babysitter to do anything except be there, I guess, to wait for the actual certified driver or maybe a mechanic to show up. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science.
46289. Use promo code overnight100.
Science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. It's synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
All right, so the game they're playing there in the state of Texas, I don't know how this is going to work out for Democrats. Have been talking for weeks about redistricting, where Democrat lawmakers in Texas this past day said they're going to leave the state, which would deny Republicans the quorum they need to redraw the congressional districts. Of course, President Trump championed the redistricting plan, told reporters he expects this could yield as many as 5 additional House Republicans, where, of course, they hold a narrow 2020 to 2012 majority right now, with 3 Democrat-held seats vacant after members' deaths. Several Democrats taking to X, posting videos either at the airport, some posting that they're headed to Illinois, whose governor is J.B. Pritzker. Now, yesterday, Governor Abbott said that any Democrat House member that does not return, your seat is going to be declared vacant, and you will be removed from the Texas House. The governor said Democrats hatched a deliberate plan to not show up for work for the specific purpose of advocating the duties of their office and thwarting the chamber's business, adding that leaving amounted to an abandonment of their office. States are required to redistrict every 10 years based on the census. But the last Texas redrawing of the map was just 4 years ago. they do say while mid-cycle redistricting occasionally takes place, it's normally prompted by a change in power at the legislature. So I don't know. Can he throw him out? You didn't show up. And that's what Buckwheat was saying earlier. If I'm pissed off about something that my employer's doing and I don't show up to drive my truck in protest, I'm out of a job. You didn't show up for work. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, sounds like a no-show to me. No show, see you later. But anyway, so that girl there, I guess she's got that pretty good-sized mouth on her there to have the bat. Does that give new meaning to the term bat cave, Your Honor? I'm just asking. But I think she should have done like Ozzy did. You know, bite his head off. Got all rights to bite its head off. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. She had all the rights in the world to be able to do that because that bat flew in there. Not her fault. But then that way they would have known what was going on with the bat. But anyway, so this deal we got going in Pittsburgh here, have you been hearing this on your news there that they can't get the trash trucks out of the city barns to be able to go out and pick up the trash? Apparently they're getting old and they're having mechanical problems. I wonder if any of this is coming back to the emissions. The trucks that they have emissions on them, and particulate filters are needing to be cleaned or replaced, and lack of parts to be able to get, and parts back ordered, trying to get parts to replace to put on the trucks, and just kind of wondering. They didn't really specify what the whole issue was with trying to get the trucks out on the streets there. But anyways, again, we just don't have all the facts to the story. But I know it's a growing problem there, and the even in the fire service there, they have problems because these trucks have the same emissions that we have on ours with the particulate filters and the DEF and all that stuff, the SCR, and so I don't know. Hopefully that new product that Hot Shot Secret came out with there will help with some of that, the DEF and the SCR there. We'll just have to see how that all pans out. Maybe we got the cure for the problem we have, or at least a good solution to get by with anyway.
It kind of sounds like the trash haulers maybe, like they're showing up for work, but they're making sure they take their own sweet time and can't get the job done. So certain streets are not getting picked up. They've got some sort of contract negotiation going on with the Teamsters and the trash hauler Republic Services.
Okay. All right, because I didn't know, because like Baltimore, the city supplies the trash trucks. The city's the city municipality that does all the trash removal, and they have run into problems with them. But they had a whole deal there with how hot it was, and they were having troubles with the heat and employees being out when it was too hot, and so they kind of came up with a code of when they could and couldn't work there with the temperature and everything. But anyways, but a lot of times they have equipment failures, and the equipment failures lead to not enough trucks to be able to actually do the job. They got more people than they have trucks to do the job with.
Yeah.
So anyways,
well, we're about up to closing down time. I mean, it sounds like, I'm looking here where they say that they're actually bringing out dumpsters to put in some communities, but for the people just to put in the trash in the dumpster. But the dumpsters, in some cases, are actually just overflowing in the street. And we got to close it down there. Have yourself a wonderful Monday. Hope to see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.